brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Today, FTR event and its trophi.ai endurance series makes its way to Florida. Today, we're at Sebring International Raceway for round 5 of this season's campaign. We're happy with us here on Green Flag TV. I'm Justin Pretz. Alongside me is Derek Watson for the first 2 hours of action. Dustin Owens is our producer for this evening's coverage from Sebring. There's a lot to talk about, especially as the season is in the midst of high gear. Tonight, we go racing at one of the more historic tracks in all the land, Former Airfield in Sebring. Tonight's going to be fun, Derek.
Yeah, it really is going to be fun, JP. One of the staples of road course multi-class racing, of course, in real life. Multiple events happen here throughout the year, so this very fun 17-turn facility is going to host the last of the 4-hour races this season with FTR trophi.ai series, and I'm excited we're a part of it.
Trophi.ai going to be exceptional when it comes to learning this track, absolutely. For others, they've been in the midst of some preparations. We did have a qualifying delay due to a session issue. That has been rectified. All the drivers are in the midst of the final moments of their qualifying session. Now, keep in mind, when talking about how things are amongst the schedule, first things first, you talk about a busy season, first of all. You're coming into the penultimate round of the season, Derek. Barber up next in December for reference to close off this part of the campaign and this part of the series. Pressure is on for some of the drivers, you'd happen to think, if they want to try and win the championship.
And I think the pressure's on more so, JP, because it's wild to me to think Barber is the finale. 6 hours, multi-class. I mean, it's not that big of a facility, right? It's, you know, I think most commonly know it for IndyCar racing. So I'm curious and excited and a little anxious to see how multi-class racing is going to work there. So I bring all that up as a way to say that I would want to race well and hard and score big points today, because I would not want to put my hands in the fate of multi-class racing at Barber.
For reference, coming into today, the points advantage nearly 30 points for World of Racing. It's meant the 10 Racing HQ and GT3 Pro amongst that championship. GT3 AM, Eagle Speed Academy, Esports already at 100 points. That's a dominating effort of more than 50. Then you have Toro Esports up in front in the GT4 side of things. That advantage already more than 50 over at OSS Esports. You also have WBM White, GT4 AM points leaders. They have the advantage by around 30 points, 28 specifically, for Sim Racing Grid Academy, Palladium, and all of that well. TCR has Fiercely Ford Gray with 65 points in a tight battle with WSR Esports and Project Synced Racing Team Gray. Last qualifier coming around the racetrack now, as we've already seen the checker flag in session. This is your final driver on the circuit left. There's about a 1 minute runoff remaining before we transition here, Derek. And so far, the drivers have been looking quick. Of course, we have a bit of a thing when it comes to the TCR side worth noting. They took part of the qualifying in the initial race session. Those drivers will be set via the order from that qualifying session. Every other session or every other driver was sorted out by this session.
Yep, so a lot going on this morning, a little bit of confusion, but we're here, we're ready, and it's time to look at today's starting grid.
Here we go. Let's start things off with today's starting grid. This is GT3 Pro to start. It's Patrick Gedden who will start on the pole for RPM Racing Black FTR. World of Racing and Samantha Tanner Racing. Their entry was 25 1,000ths off. They're in second. RPM Racing Red will start in third with Sim Party Racing Delta alongside in fourth. MRC and Quad Dash. Their entry was 6/10 off the pole. 1 second back. Prismatic Motorsports Athena in sixth position. Mark Reynolds behind the wheel of Sim Racing Grid Phantom in seventh, with Sim Party Racing Bravo alongside in the top 8. Ninth goes to Stage 1 Racing 72, and then Hugh Jazz Gold, well known in the sim, is in 10th today, Derek.
When we move back into P11, you'll find Daniel Geralti, part of SRN Motorsports in P11, next to Jackson Lowry with the Flaming Ford Skin Racing. P13 is Hugh Jazz Blue with Alex Cufford, next to the Pegasus Sim Racing 90 car there in P14. P15 is Will Coffey, he's with Empire Racing Vanilla, and they're next to the Pegasus Sim Racing 99 with Hans Pullmans back in P16. And that is it. I'll start the AMs here. We'll start with Chris Van Goot of the Eagle Speed Academy, and that's the pole sitter at a 1:59.388. He's next to Alex Esser with Empire Racing Cookie Dough. Stephen Fayez with Pegasi Motorsport Bravo is in P3, next to Rod Miller with Sim Party Racing Omega. Moving back into P5, you'll find Ron Wolf, part of Hugh Jazz Yellow, and he's next to Aspen Martin with the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car back in P6. P7, Kyle Mundell with Equipment Geek Racing, and that black and green machine is next to the brightly colored car. Stage 1 Racing's Roy Moss back in P8. P9, the last of these cars, JP, that's Tomas Vanderbosch with Pegasi Motorsport in P9.
Look at the GT3s. That brings us over to the next class of drivers. These are GT4s. The pros start with Kieran Sharp with TSRC Esports up in the front. Tour Esports Red will make a driver change, actually. They just made a swap with second. Engine Moran for Maida Racing Academy starts third, with the Tour Esports bringing the 252 of Dan Pepples in fourth. Javi Torres starts in fifth in an OCC Sports Equipment. Then it's Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak starting in sixth position, 8/10 off the pole. Behind them is Treehouse Racing. Ryan and Chevalier will start that car. Hugh Jazz White will start next to him, 9/10 off. And rounding out the pros is Sim Party Racing Tango today. They are in 9th today, as that transitions us over to the AMs for GTA.
Moving back into the AMs, you'll find Julian Carcesis with WBM White. He's the pole sitter at 210.350. Number 2 is Brett Akey, part of Sim Party Racing Echo, pardon me. Moving back into P3 is Thomas Crabtree with Sim Party Racing, next to Kurt Verberstaben in Eagle Speed Academy. That's back in P4. P5, you'll find Preston Rudka with Sunday Drivers. He's next to Christopher Flamian with Hugh Jazz Black. And P7, last of these cars, JP, is Levi Leah with the Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium car back in P7.
Look at the GT3s and GT4s, a part of the qualifying grid. And one thing to mention with the TCRs, as mentioned, their qualifying session already taken place. WSR Esports will start on that pole, followed by Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Fiercely Ford Gray qualified third, with Project Synced Racing Team.BAT in the top 4. Fun Wheel Drive, Project Synced Racing Team.SQL. And then it was Prismatic Motorsports Solus rounded out the qualifiers. Keep in mind the 437 actually didn't set a time technically in that session. That's top to bottom of the running orders here today for FTR competition. First things first, Derek. 4 hours on the board. Your keys to win this one.
I think it's about not underestimating the track, right? I think when we come to a place like Sebring, it's something we race so often and we see it kind of almost as simple. It's one of those tracks it doesn't have a lot of elevation change. There's no, there's no big tricky corkscrews or 90-degree corners or nothing like that. So I think respecting the track is probably the first big key to success here. And my second key to success will be turn 17, Sunset Bend. You and I have both seen that corner shatter many a dreams throughout our commentary careers.
It's a great opportunity to make passes for good reason, though. It's a good opportunity to make sense and pull in the draft, so long as you get the angle right coming out of Le Mans and through 16. But keep in mind the championship points definitely going to be a major focus point for some. For others, it's going to be about trying to get the best finish possible for this championship. The interesting note was about the start zone for today. The start zone is actually technically for today after the start and finish line for the race notes. So we'll see how drivers handle it. They must go essentially right up to the start and finish line, and then they get that start right after the start and finish line. So it looks like they'll get the chance to double up here. Again, 25 of the GT3s alone, including the pros and AMs for today. We're happy to have you with us here on Green Flag TV for today's coverage. The trophi.ai Endurance Series FTR competition ready to go. Field in the hands of RPM Racing Black and World of Racing Samantha Tan up front. Making the slow roll. Green flag already up for race control. Remember, they're being told to wait until right about here. Now they can go. We're underway from Sebring. Clean start up at the front for RPM Racing Black. They're able to clear as majority of the field starts off with some side-by-side racing. 3 wide in the opening corners for some. They work their way to 3. Big bottleneck section if you do not play careful here, and the majority of the field survives their way on through.
Yeah, great job up through these corners and then get up through the corners now, up through now turn 6, back through big bends where they're going to be. Here's the start of the next class. This is the GT4s. They're going to make their own way through the opening corners here, and all looks good. In fact, a little calmer, JP, than what we saw for the GT3s. They've worked their way through, and only 2 wide at most from what I could tell. Now they'll work their ways up through 3, 4, 5, and 6, and so far through 2 classes, everything looks pretty calm.
Yeah, pretty calm for now as you see some of the elbows out racing. Meanwhile, you have the touring cars, the TCRs, taking some of their elbows out already single file, and the top 2, in fact, trying to break away in full motion. WSR Esports and Sim Racing Grid. Hustle's trying to break away as a group already. Ross McFarland behind the wheel with that 472, leading the TCRs and leading them comfortably in the opening first half of the lap. You can tell for some of these drivers, the pressure's going to be on to make sure they score points as said. But it's an early start. It's an early clean run. No major stack-ups. Exactly what you expect to see, Derek.
Yeah, in fact, a stark contrast, by the way, back here for the TCRs. I mean, for the GT3s, GT4s, we saw a lot in there. Again, you see it, the 2 wide racing for those classes. Back there, the TCRs, they've already got themselves worked out single file, and they're just kind of having fun racing on along. Back towards the front of the field here, and as we basically complete our first lap for the GT3s, and there's the GT4s. They're coming around here. So lots of multi-class racing so far, pretty spread out across the track. 1 lap in, no major calamity.
Bad news, by the way. This was something that developed during pre-race and it looks like wasn't able to get rectified. Sim Racing Grid Academy, we did read off of the grid a part of a GT3 side for the Palladium entry. Of course, there's supposed to be a GT4, and the tough thing is that means they're not going to be able to start. They haven't been able to roll laps. You can't obviously run in the wrong class. Ujaz Gold is off the racetrack. They're able to get back going. So
looks like maybe Sim Party Racing Tango just had a oh, hold on. First caution. First caution of the day, JP. And a big pileup in Sunset's going to be the cause. Watch right about here. There's, oh boy. There was a car just camera left. And these guys got hits. and I suspect there was more calamity on back.
Yeah, curious on that. That's a very early, and we were talking about this a little bit with the way the cautions work in the series, with the way the scoring and the metrics work. That's a lot earlier than some people may expect for a caution flag with that.
Yep. Yeah, so the way it works is we use software called Race Director in this lane, or in this league, pardon me, and everything's assigned to point: an off track, a car contact, a spin on track. Everything's assigned to point, and then there are random thresholds set before the race, and when we reach that point value, a caution comes out. And this is a pretty early one right here. Watch that red car on your screen. He got loose up in sunset. He was down, and 1, 2, 3, I think I saw 4 different cars involved in that wreck, and there's your yellow.
It's your first chaos. 275 amongst those. That's Denosis Esports and their GT4 machine. One of the Sim Party racing cars involved. Eagle Speed Academy, interestingly enough, put Kurt Verstappen onto the trailer. This is what happened to Huge As Gold. See the contact of the entry. It's so easy to happen if you try and cover that off and someone tries to force it in along the rumble strips. You see exactly that. So under yellow, but as I was about to say and was in the process of explaining here, Derek, the championship for one of the classes could be secured today because of the issues with the 325's registration for the second session. WBM White, in turn, could put nearly both hands on the trophy today.
Yeah, it's happy news for them, but probably bittersweet in a way. As a race car driver, a win is a win, but you want to race for the title and you want to race for the championships, and it's unfortunate due to some confusion that's what happened. Watch this wreck one more time. Watch up ahead. There's the red car, and he just rolled in this car here. JP he thought he was making the right move. That was Sim Party Echo, and he thought he was making the right move by going left, and turns out he wasn't. So yeah, again though, I mean, it's bittersweet to win a title this way if that's what does happen. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that does come to fruition. Well, very quickly here, under caution in the first 5 minutes of this race. The good news, JP, is I think the pit sequence will be a little shorter. There shouldn't be that many, if any. So look at my timing and scoring. There shouldn't be probably that many wave rounds or any wave rounds at all. So we'll just do some pit stops here and hopefully get back to green fairly quickly.
Should be a pretty quick caution sequence. Not expecting pit stops unless you're involved with damage this early, obviously. But it does allow the field to at least reset with some of the gaps that were maybe growing, even small little gaps at this point. But it's a chance to be able to try again, see if he can set something up, a little bit more of a calmer run single file here also. Take a look at some of the teams here as they pace here. Here's the 177, one of the Eagle Speed machines, the Eagle Speed Academy Esports entry. And we talked about them in the championship, up by more than 50 points today over Empire Racing Cookie Dough. Already off to a good start and having the advantage over the Cookie Dough machine.
You know, I gotta say, I know it's like 1 p.m. East Coast time. It's 10:40 here on the West Coast, but Empire Racing, I love those names. It's all, as far as I can tell, based on ice cream flavors, cookie dough, and they have some others across that team. It's never too early or too late for ice cream. I know we talked about this last Sunday, and maybe it's a common theme, but I love when teams have creative naming schemes, whether it be, like I think there's the other team I hear with like the spreadsheet names and all that other stuff. The .bat files, and I just love creative team names. And yeah, I get we do it by color sometimes, like Huge Ass does, and I'm not knocking that, but I'm a nerd for the creativity.
And keep in mind, WSR Esports pit road is going to keep pit road closed, it sounds like, on the radio. And coming up to a restart, coming up to the end of next lap, if I heard correctly. So looks like they'll go around pretty quickly here in this sequence. This caution flag period.
And JP, something that's fun about leagues like FTR is this moment under caution, because this brings a big question mark to everything, right? I mean, we do some of the official races, the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12, the Spa 24, and as teams, we map everything out, right? We know how long a stint is. It's X number of minutes, give or take 1 or 2. And you can map out a whole spreadsheet of your stint schedule and who's in the car when and what's going to happen. But in a league like FTR, when this caution comes out, it's just pure chaos in a way. Now, this one's pretty early, so maybe this doesn't cause as much chaos, but like the moment that caution comes out, everything goes up in the air. You don't know, hey, should I come down and take gas and extend the run? Do we do a driver swap here? Does this mean our whole schedule runs late? Like, these moments right here under caution can bring a real question mark to racing that doesn't exist in official racing currently.
It's definitely a nice series. Good level of competition, especially with some of the drivers that come on in. And it also is a good entry for some of the drivers I've noticed that you may not notice in some of the big races, to be able to gain some experience with the organizations, and better yet, with the respective teams, to be able to learn for the higher ranks as well. It's a big series to be able to go racing in. But this field getting set for a restart pretty soon here. About 10 minutes of the action already. So what's kind of your approach for when you have such an early restart like this? Is it just simple, just approach it like the first start of the race? Is there a bit of a difference? What would your say be? As track temps are also pretty cool, mind you.
Yeah, the temps are cool, and I will say, side note real quick before I answer your question, there's no expectations of rain today. It's going to be a dry track as far as all forecasts have said. I just want to point that out. But to answer your question, these are the hardest restarts for me as a driver in any style of racing, where you get going in an instant caution. It's like on that pace lap, you work really hard to kind of get your headset, your mindset set correctly. You know, whatever you need to do to kind of get locked in and focus, and then instantly it kind of snaps out because, like, all right, well, there's a caution. We're not racing. Now I'm back under pacing for maybe 10 minutes, and it's hard to keep that, like, that headspace. It's hard to keep that focus. So this, to me, this restart's harder because it's like, all right, we did it once and we stopped, and now we're doing it again. It's so hard to do. I would prefer, as a driver, we went for a while and then had this first caution. This would be difficult for me to kind of get myself locked in for a second time in the first 15 minutes or so. But hey, you know what? The good news to this, and the flip side of that, JP, is maybe you're a driver who wasn't happy with your first start, right? Maybe you didn't get up the gears correctly. Maybe you didn't, maybe you didn't hit the first couple corners, or maybe you got stuck 2 or 3 wide and you weren't happy. Well, good news. This is a quick restart, so maybe you can get it right the second time.
It's a great opportunity, absolutely, here coming up to the restart, to be able to reset for some, for others, try and build upon things as they'll come on through Sunset. Field's been told again, pit road is closed, and pace car will dart down this time through. Green flag already up for the flag stand, and the field sees some side-by-side already for second. World of Racing, Amonso's going, RPM Racing red, trying to go alongside. And RPM Racing now has a team 1-2 as off the track goes the 60, as they're now forced into a battle for third.
Yeah, and this will be interesting to watch up through the corners here. This is going to be up through turns 3, 4, and 5 right here. We'll come on around up in the big bend and watch the drivers single file it out, and everything's good so far. These classes, by the way, no separation this time. So right behind the GT3s is the GT4s. Right behind the GT4s is the TCRs. This is one big parade lap up here through the first set of corners.
One of the new chess machines forced into a battle as well amongst some of the many opportunities to go side by side here. It's a great opportunity to make passes when you have a restart after all. This is the thing. If you try and make a pass, it breaks up the packs if you don't get it done quickly. That case, the SRN in particular, does cost them some ground as SRN Motorsports drops down to 17th overall amongst the running order in the class. So already early on, the field trying to settle on in. Prismatic already up 5 spots, but it's an RPM 1-2 at the very least GT3 Pro.
Yeah, doing a great job in GT3 Pro, and not a lot of movement up until you get back into P7, P8 for the GT3s as a whole. And the pros and the Ams, of course, separated. If you want to see how they're separated, you can watch the ticker on the left. The car numbers will also help you, JP. The zeros are pros, the ones are Ams, the twos are GT4 pros, the threes are Ams, and then the fours are TCR. So if you see a number on the side of a car, you can also tell what class it's in based upon that big, deep dive there through that corner right there by that green car. He went ahead and dug on through, tracks all the way out to the wall, and continues on through. It's a great bit of battling here up through Sunset.
Yeah, you see the opportunities to be able to poke your way around there, especially with the bumps, though. It's going to be so hard to make the clearance. Empire Racing cookie dough off the restart, lost spots to Progressi. And the big thing is here, one of your other opportunities to make passes here today is going to be that run up through Big Bend to the hairpin. In real life, particular where you see some of the drivers like right here go to the inside. Some drivers swerve down there to be able to avoid the bumps that are on the racing line. On iRacing, a less bump factor there. A bit of a bump there to clear on by, why not? As Eagle Speed Academy tries to build some buffers.
Yeah, a couple of bumps right there, I thought, in fact, and made that pass and kind of made his presence felt. So they'll move on through and back through the field. We'll see some more racing here through the Sebring. This is going to come on back to the EGR car. And they're going to try, I thought he was going to try to dig the corner in for a second behind EGR and backed out of it, JP. The way he was kind of peeking to the driver right made me a little curious what his plans were so far.
Meanwhile, Torque Freak, long-time racers on the platform. We're calling race with them as far back as 2018 during the early days of commentary. They're able to make some moves there in the 281 machine. Very darty so far amongst their class as they try and race amongst the top 5 right now. Need to gain about 5 seconds as class leaders as we take a look at one of the standard teams these days, Huge Ass, that's actually made appearances in real life in some of the racing events in the States.
Yeah, it's funny. You mentioned that teams and standards and commentary, and to me, Huge Ass is the one that I remember being like one of the first team names I recognized in iRacing. Oh, there's a car up in the wall. Hold on a second. We'll come back to that. That's the 142. That Sim Party Racing Omega. He was up in the wall, up in the tire barrier, and the car's moving along. So if we watch, probably for I'd say just a straightaway here, JP. Going to be pretty obvious pretty quick what's wrong with that car. And did he get hit maneuvers?
I think there might have been a hit there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, that was Sim Party Racing Omega, absolutely. And yeah, I believe that's the SRN machine. No, they just lost it. Too deep.
No, you're right. I gotcha.
Yeah. Just sent it in too deep on the gas and then tried to get slowed down, and then it loaded on one of the tires and spun itself out.
Yeah, I owe an apology to that orange car. Just from that first camera perspective, I thought for sure there was going to be some kind of hit to the back end, but no, not the case at all. Let's watch Sim Party Bravo for a second. We're going to dig up here under the corner and not clear. And up to the grass he's going to go, spun around, going to grab a gear and go. So, hey, JP, you don't want to spin here, but hey, you did a full 360 and grabbed a gear. That's the best possible outcome.
Not if you're Eagle Speed Academy. That changed the lead for GT3M, by the way. The 175 Progressi machine has taken the class lead over there as a result of that contact. But take a look at the 74 machine in their midst of fighting. This is SRN once again. They're within 1 second of one of the Sim Party Racing machines still. They have Pegasus behind, Huge Ass in the pack with 2 of their cars. They are dealing with a bit of damage you can see on that Ford, though. You see the crunched in front end. That's going to impact them a little bit here. Right now holding firm. No major sends on them yet.
No, and right behind them, by the way, was a Huge Ass 1-2. Right behind them, those guys were kind of working together, I thought. So that's got to be a comforting sign in this kind of racing, is to have a teammate right next to you. Hopefully someone you can trust not to, break you or try to outbreak you or, get in the back end. As someone you think you can trust around you. That's always a comforting feeling during a team racing moment. This pink car right here with the yellow flames, JP, this flaming Ford skin car, very slow through that corner, and that's through the first corner. Just very slow.
A lot of drivers having some struggles with the field so compressed together as you would expect to see a race like this. Let's take a look again. Oh, major snap. Front turn to the left. Big save.
Yeah, maybe just took a second, got off the gas, kind of gathered their bearings, and they said, all right, ready to go. And on for they're going to go. You see them there, second car in line, pink car, yellow flames. And boy, JP, as a commentator, that car right there is a dream car because there's no way you'll confuse that car with anyone else. That is the easy to spot car, no matter where it is.
Good way to spot it as the 69. Trying to follow all the memes, to say the very least. It should be behind with one of the drivers. Already a tow at Eagle Speed Academy. We jump to one of the drivers having major issues there. It's Equipment Geek Racing that had some technical issues. Well, that's important to make sure you have your equipment set up for a good reason. Let's see what happened to them.
Watching it out of the corner, got it looped around into the wall pretty hard. And we thought they had towed, but I guess they kept moving. So they're still on track. Likely we need to come down pit road and have that car looked at, JP. And that's, whew, boy, as that got close right there to the changing of the wall there. That's one of the difficulties of endurance racing is, you don't want to come down pit road early. And so you'll try and race that car. If you're Equipment Geek Racing, you're going to try and run it. And if in your team radio, in your Discord, whatever you have, there'll be 100 questions. How does the car feel? How's the steering wheel? Do we lose power? And you're trying to assess it live in the car, JP. And sometimes you just have to come down pit road because of all the damage on it.
Black flag to the 69 machine, as that is the flaming Ford skin racing machine. So obviously, drivers start to get into the penalty box here just like that. And that's why you need to be careful in some of these moves here to avoid picking up penalties, losing yourself track position. And you can recover early on, but the later you go, the harder it will be to recover as we take a look at Treehouse go for a move.
We're going to dig in here to the left side of this through the first corner, and they'll see if they can make the pass. I believe they will. Yep, they'll make the pass and get done with Treehouse there. And you're right, the longer this goes, the more the gap builds, and the harder it will be to close that gap. But sometimes, though, that gap can be beneficial in a couple of ways, which sounds kind of odd to say, doesn't it? Because that gap can provide you some clean air. You're not always worried about someone else's braking point. You're not worried about, anything else around you. When this gap forms a little bit, sometimes you'll see teams run their fastest laps alone because, again, they get to kind of run their own race.
Yep. GT3 AMs all lined up in a row, 1, 2, 3. That's after originally, before some of the contact, Eagle Speed was starting to break away. But right now, it's Stephen Faze behind the wheel of the 175. Right now, it's looking pretty consistent, running in the 2-minute 6s. Last time by 2-minute 7 for Eagle Speed. For references, there goes the flaming machine in. There's the penalty.
So let's see how we're set up here today. Sometimes in FTR we have a separate penalty box if they do need to stop. I wasn't sure, JP, did you get what kind of black flag it is? Was it a drive-through? Was it a stop? Did you catch that?
They just issued black flag in sim, is what I could definitely say on that.
Okay.
So to answer your question, there wasn't a mention of a penalty box in terms of the in-race details for today.
Correct.
So here's TCR battles. We talked about the need for speed if your project's synced. Darmanzo's trying to push forward here. This is the battle for 5th, side by side, as they get the elbows out with Prismatic. Trying to squeeze them out. Fun wheel driving. That's actually going to get them spun. Fun wheel drive. Having some contact as that sends one of them into the wall.
Wow, that bumper came off the back of that yellow car for fun wheel drive, and they'll need to get back on track and get moving here. But that that surprised me. I thought they were just having some good back and forth over-under racing right there, and unfortunately just ended with some contact that put this yellow car on the wall. Watch it again, JP. You see them side by side, and it's going to be right about this next corner, I think. Boy, I mean, they're both way off track up there. And right there it is. It's a nice bit of contact at the back end of this car. Sends him on around, backs it into the wall, and heavy damage to front-wheel drive.
Now, see them drive with significantly hampered damage into lap traffic as that first layer. By the way, Jackson Lowry has jumped out of the car for the 69. As a matter of fact, I believe both their drivers may have left through. They've been in the box for a few minutes now. So Flaming Ford Skin taking an extended period in the box as a result of their penalty. So obviously things spiraling a little bit on that end as nobody is in that machine. But for the TCRs at this point, quite simply, they're about to have to deal with that traffic in particular, Derek. We already just seen that with the cars spun around. Traffic management could be a bit of a factor today if you reach them in technical areas.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a factor all day. Watch this wreck one more time. This is just going to see from the onboard. And, I mean, I don't know, JP. I mean, it's not our job to assign fault per se, but I have to say, when you're front-wheel drive, I mean, they probably could have moved more to the right. I mean, how much more did you want your opponent to move to the left? He was already basically in the grass, and then around you went off the front of their nose. So that's unfortunate for both teams. But coming back to your topic, this is RPM Racing Black. We're looking on back from them as they're now heading through the field here and heading through the fast couple of corners. But you're right, traffic management with the TCRs is going to be a thing all day. This is a shorter track on the schedule. I mean, we're talking maybe, 2-minute laps for the GT3s. There probably won't be a point all day long, assuming we stay green and there's no cautions, where you're not fighting someone or something somewhere. There's the dancing ants on the bottom right of your screen, and yeah, there's some lonely parts of the track, but for the GT3s, there's always going to be someone in your way, it feels like.
Especially since so many of them are on the track, 25 plus, right? Did get confirmation on the reason for the penalties, by the way, for those wanting to follow up on that one. The 69 was originally supposed to be just a drive-through. They elected to park it on their own. Then there's a second incident that's a post-race review already. Sim Party Echo and Enosis Esports had contact 333 and 275 at the same time as the first incident. That is a investigation after today's race amongst those two organizations to keep an eye on for official results. Clouds are starting to settle over the racetrack, so that's going to cool it down a little bit. But RPM itself looking in command as a unit. They're about to reach the traffic as here's one of the prismatic cars off the track, the 128.
That's going to be the GT3 AM car of the 128 for prismatic off the track and back on. So looks like from what we can tell from seeing that car on around, JP, unless you see something I don't, no damage, maybe some hurt pride, a bruised ego. Just a self-spin through turn one, I think is what's going to happen. Watch it again on the replay here, and gets in a little heavy, a little deep, and a nice drift on around. No wall hit, and we keep racing.
Able to save it. Clean run out of the exit after that run through, but Treehouse, we've seen them pushing the tempo for a couple positions already. Push the tempo and make another pass themselves here. Be able to keep their progression forward. Treehouse now in the top 5 of the respective class here with that pass. Right now you see them just try to push ahead in front of the Altura machine. In fact, the Altura machine under a lot of pressure. You see the stands up to turn 3. Hugh Jass decides not to push the tempo. And it's so easy to, around here in particular, you get passed by one. If you don't get yourself back in a rhythm, to get passed by multiple others here. At this point, it's about making sure you control the tempo and don't lose focus, especially when it comes to how much this car is going to chatter around the surface.
So you talk about words like tempo and focus, and what I was thinking about in my head as you were talking is, if I was a driver in this race right now, my focus might be kind of split. You see a little bit of 3-wide racing that got sorted out there down the front straight. And the reason why my focus would be split is, listen, we had our very first caution in the first 5 minutes, a very short trigger point in that caution count software. Now it's like, I'm wondering, when is the next one? If there's a next one, right? Like, that would be in my head as a driver. Gosh, we had that first one so quickly. When is the second one going to happen? This is one more point to help that trigger that. That's huge as gold, spun around, almost hit the tire barrier there. They're off track and going to come back on, and I think it's going to be UJAS being aggressive here, JP. Watch this move on a TCR. It's going to cause it to end up in the grass. Oh, dug it in deep, and they both got hit.
Yeah, that was a little bit too aggressive, to say the very least. Got very optimistic in a very tight area to make passes in the first place up through turn 5. And it ends up costing with an air spin for them today. That's their second incident involved in already. Already under investigation. That incident amongst the TCRs, the 471 453. We're seeing fun wheel drive, not having a fun incident. So that is being looked at there. Taking a look still on screen, by the way, in the battle for 9th amongst the pros. Pegasus over Sim Party Racing Bravo. UJAS Blue is also in this pack. So far, for Pegasus, they've been able to get a decent footing for this class, but they also have to get around some of the touring cars fiercely forward, nearly squeezed them.
Yep, you see there through Sunset, a corner we talked about in our pre-race show about how you have to be a master of that corner. Then we saw that corner already cause one set of chaos today, and JP, sadly, I bet it's not the last time we're going to see some hopes and dreams dashed in that corner in this 4-hour race today. So again, this battle ongoing, P9 through 12, Pegasus Sim Party, UJAS Blue, and Pegasus Sim Racing again. So you're kind of the I guess Pegasus is the bread of the sandwich here in this 4-car battle, and these guys are going at it hard.
Kind of have to. It's still early in the race, but you only have a few total pit stops the field is likely going to make here. Keep in mind about 75% fuel tanks for this class. So you're thinking about trying to be able to strategize and set up the battle pack. Speaking of the battle for the race lead, black and red, lots of traffic, and guess who's closing up? It's the 60 World of Racing and Samantha Tanner Racing entry that's closed right back up to them. As a result of all this traffic, everybody is starting to compress again. Keep an eye on if the 60 forces the issue soon. As they get through the first major layer of traffic, the top 3 now nose to tail. As a result, they were separated by a second before.
Yeah, this is fun to see, isn't it? It's nose-to-tail racing, and endurance racing is not always common to see. It kind of comes and goes as the time goes by, but for now, here they all racing 1, 2, 3, trying to find any kind of movement, any kind of lane, any kind of advantage, and right now they're going to start dealing with more and more traffic, and that may be who finds an advantage or a disadvantage in this race.
See how aggressive things look a little bit here, but no place to force it along to the inside yet. Especially since they have to maneuver more of the traffic. There's Treehouse. Right now, that's the major thing. These are your 3 highest drivers, essentially, when it comes to Iowa, outside of Vienna's Albert, when it comes to that metric. So these are 3 of your top drivers in terms of official racing that have been able to pop up here. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of expertise, you would have to think, and have to have a lot of speed and racecraft to be able to be as high as they are level-wise amongst the pro side of things.
And honestly, one of the evolutions of sports car racing in iRacing, JP, in the last, 4 or 5 years has been the different ways you have to race in sports car racing. Now, as we said today, a bone dry race, not a speck of rain in this forecast for this race, but the sun's going to set here in about an hour and a half. So we're going to get about 2 hours of nighttime racing here at Sebring. And so not only do you have to be the kind of the best in your class at, racing in the daytime on a dry track, but as iRacing continues to evolve, now you have to be the best in your class at nighttime racing, at wet racing. Heck, you might have to be the best in your class at nighttime wet racing. Now, not today, of course, but in general. So again, more kudos to these drivers because you have to continue to evolve your skills as iRacing evolves.
Absolutely. Speaking of evolving, as you see the battle amongst GT3 AM and those leaders still stay pretty close. One other competitors actually moved up from the AM to Pro this week. Sim Party Racing Tango, in terms of the official logs, was to move up this week because Sim Party Racing Tango actually had somebody that was above the threshold for the AM class. So that seemed to get a promotion. They do keep the same number in decal for this round. That was the major note for today, though. So some teams, as they improve, that's the thing. You also get that threshold of upgrade, so to speak, in the class orders. There's a look at Tango. They are tangoing, actually, for the ninth spot with Pegasus.
Yeah, doing a great job here through the corners and having a battle here for P9 and P10. And ooh, with that white and pink car is just about as close as he can get. And I thought for a moment he was going to be up on the back left quarter panel of the Pegasus car, but no, he's going to keep it back there and not have any contact. So we'll keep racing here up through the corners. And you're right, JP, that was a promotion because of the new driver on the roster. And I kind of thought to myself this morning that, boy, that's a big step. I mean, I'm a firm believer and I love the style of racing because of Pro and Am. It allows people to feel more competitive in their class. As we have another car on around, that is Ultra Esports number 252. I'm a big believer that there's something wrong with an AM car winning a race. I think that very possible each week to see an AM car up there involved in battles and winning and what have you. But yeah, you're right. A promotion this week for Sim Party Racing due to that driver addition. We'll put them in a different set of points. And that's what caused that. A little bit of a boop from a car behind.
Tight section once again, especially up through 10, 11, 12, 13 Cunningham section essentially. Definitely happen a lot with the contact side of things as we see the rest of the field stay bundled up here. See the differences in approaches here. Some ability to use the runoff area in particular to get the arc down when it comes to that run up through Le Mans. But here we go with some of the touring cars. Fiercely forward, having to battle one of these sim racing grid cars, the Phoenix entry. Able to sneak its way on through. This is for second in class. We're able to clear on by as they elect to go bump draft instead. Fiercely forward, not done yet. Here in a crash, Pegasus and Sim Racing Bravo have crashed. They've had an incident. Remember, Pegasus was just in the battle in Sunset Bend. They have had a crash as well.
Yeah, marked it up as number 2 on the day for the times that Sunset Bend has claimed a victim. Watch this here. Oh, big hit to that green car up in the wall, and they're both going to crush the wall. And that is going to be major damage to Pegasus. Now here's another one, JP. Here's going to be the same set of corners right here down to Sunset. They're side by side. That's fiercely forward in the black and yellow on the outside. I think he lifted a little bit. Oh, he's going to pull the over-under. And are they going to be okay? They're going to touch, but I think they're going to live through Sunset Bend.
One of the main things I like this type of racing, you have the ability to go door-to-door action when it comes to the touring cars. And while it's the Hyundais that are the more popular when it comes to series like, say, SRO that raced here back in May, you do have the development of, say, there's actually Toyotas that race a fair bit in real life in the touring cars. For example, the IMSA side also has its own right of manufacturers. The Hondas can also perform well. We've seen on the platform. We're seeing that side-by-side working out well with Logan McKenzie in the caution.
There it is. Finally, we hit that second threshold, and that's going to be why right there. That Pegasus car is going to, even rejoin possibly a little unsafely. You see another car back on the red and white car, the scarlet and gray, if you will. It's going to come on through, and so we'll wait and see what exactly caused this moment that triggered our second yellow. Watch this first one here. This is what we saw already in one replay up through Sunset. He just drifted up. I think he got a little spooked maybe by the huge-ass car, JP, and just moved too far to the left.
Yet again, the field going to get racked and stacked here. Oh, another caution flag sequence. Second of the race in the first hour. What happened here? This might be part of the reason.
I think it's going to be the main reason. Let's wait and see. Oh, my God.
3, 4, 3 cars stopped on the racing line. Yeah, that's not going to help.
No, plus the Pegasus car. I mean, that Pegasus car just came flying on through. I think he tried to make a tricky move to pass there, and it failed, honestly. A very risky move, and with high risk comes high rewards, but in this case, there was no reward, only risk. Because that's the trigger point for our second caution of the day here at Sebring International Raceway, and happy you're along with us. Derek Watson, Justin Prince, Dustin Ollis pushing the buttons. So JP, watch this again. This is for me from Torque Freak's point of view. And just watch, you'll see a car come flying in from the left side. I mean, I think the wreck was going to happen whether Pegasus was there or not. Pegasus was just sort of an unwilling victim in that moment.
Yeah, Pegasus is already coming down pit road on the 99 entry. So in our caution period, RPM 1-2 here. It becomes an interesting one. Do you take the free pit stop now? How does this impact your strategy once they open up pit road?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we're almost, we're not even close to the hour. We're 40 minutes in. Nobody is close to being out of fuel yet. I wouldn't think the GT3s would be closest. And they probably have about another 15, 20 minutes of fuel plus that first caution. But I think if you take fuel now, obviously you're taking tires just to kind of cap that conversation. I would probably do it. I think I would do it and just hope that it plays out correctly. It all, again, depends on how and when the next caution is, on if this is the right call or the wrong call. If I was up front, you'd have a harder time getting me to do it. If I was RPM Racing Black, maybe you'd have to convince me to come down pit road. But if I'm someone further down the GT3, if I'm Huge Ass Gold, let's say Stage 1 Racing, somewhere in the back of the GT3s, why would I not try something different to hopefully gain an advantage?
There is a lot that can happen. We'll have to keep an eye on when they open up pit road here. I haven't heard anything yet from race officials. There was a drive-through penalty issued, by the way, just a couple minutes ago around the time of the caution flag to the 453 for that spin for Fun-Wheel Drive. So they have had a penalty. Pit road is remaining closed this time through on the track. By the way, give a credit to one of the drivers that have picked up a lot of the ground as the race has gone on. Sim Party Racing Tango, 340 entry. It's your biggest mover when it comes to grid slots so far. 13 spots gained for them from initial qualifying position so far here today. The next closest was 8. Progressive Motorsport amongst those in the +8 in the overall running order. So for the most part, track position has been relatively important here, Derek, to say the least.
Yeah, it has been important, right? It's been very important up front to make sure you can stay in clean air and away from a bunch of cars. We've seen not just contact from people. We've seen, not when I say contact, I mean we've seen major contact and minor contact. We've seen some spins and some wall hits. We've seen just some general beating and banging, almost more like hockey body checks or really aggressive, football tackles almost, that have kept both cars on the track. But overall, a pretty good experience, I would say. So we're kind of watching the cars come here. We're being told at least 2 to go on our pace lap here as the pace car leads them up here through the hairpin up in turn 7. That very slow pace. We'll take a big wide look here at this beautiful track. You see the iRacing blimp up above, providing additional camera shots throughout the day. I'm sure we'll see a couple of those as time goes on, but we're happy you're here with us here on Green Flag TV. And this is a busy day for Green Flag TV. I should probably tell you about that under caution. Right now, you're watching the FTR Trophy AI series here from Sebring. In a little bit, the Velocity Online Racing has their season finale. Nolan Rimple is producing that. It's Gary Godso, I believe, and Lucas Moody on the call there at Phoenix Raceway. Tonight, the Sim Racing Association goes to Echo Park Speedway. Nolan Rimple and Lucas Moody on the call for that. Tomorrow, the big event. Nolan Rimple, Gary Godso, Kenneth Bueno on the call for the Classic IndyCar Series Indy 500. And that's a different style of event, JP. That's the older Indy cars. It's not the current cars in iRacing. So Classic Indy cars really does mean Classic Indy cars for a full 500. And catch this, they're doing the 3-wide start tomorrow.
Going to be very fun, to say the very least. One of the bigger events in regards to the IndyCar community, absolutely. To be able to have that full distance race and be able to have tradition built up upon it. Should be an interesting one for CIS competition. A long time series when it comes to Classic IndyCar. Got some experience with that, calling races back in the Race Spot era a few years ago. Those drivers put on a good show.
They really do. So then we'll wrap it up next Tuesday in the Mid-Link Racing Series at Talladega Super Speedway. And the next Friday night, Black Friday Racing in the evening at Kansas Speedway with the Zero Torque Racing League. By the way, that league, JP, 7 races, 6 different winners so far this season. So that's been a lot of fun to watch. Next Sunday morning, GR86s with Pace, and they're at Thruxton. And then 9 days from now, you and Nolan Rimple are back at Bristol for the next round of the High Tide Racing League. And I got to tell you, buddy, it's after the race you guys did at Charlotte and after all the penalties that were handed out, it's going to be a very long and interesting night at Thunder Valley.
Pit lane is officially open, and as you would expect, a lot of pit stops. Empire Racing Cookie Dough does not take the pit stop. Just about everybody else will take the pit stop. So a bit of a mulligan change up, maybe, because everybody except for one car pits. This is an interesting call for the 117, but everybody else coming in. Some of the drivers actually taking tires, interestingly, despite only running less than 40, 50 minutes. But remember, some of the series have sequential pit stops. That's very critical, where you can take tires like that. Others do not.
And now, if you're Empire Racing Cookie Dough, now the questions are in your head, I would think, right? Did I make the right call? You know, am I surprised that maybe I'm the only team that didn't make that call? And so it can kind of mess with you a little bit. How big is your confidence right now for Empire Racing Cookie Dough is a solid question, because they now might be doubting themselves as legitimately, I believe, as I look up and down my ticker racing the GT3s, JP, the only car not to pit this time by, I do believe.
But that is absolutely correct here. I want those that have reached pit road. Everybody else, I think, has been in the waiver on situations or had already taken service already, yes. So, for the most part, the field staying in sync on their fuel strategies, at least. That's the major thing for them. But there was a lot of time lost, actually, for RPM Racing Red in the pit sequence. They dropped down to 4th out of the pit lane, 5th in the class. RPM Racing Black still had good service, but the 1 did not get the best of runs out of the box. They've lost a lot of time, all because they had an extra couple seconds. So, see how they try and bounce back here in their situation. Some of the air drivers still in the midst of doing damage repairs also as we go right now. So, we get set up for a restart pretty soon. So, what's the tone like, you would think, here now? Because we've had 2 cautions in less than 50 minutes so far, Derek.
Yeah, that's a good question. I was thinking that in my head. I was going to bring it up actually as well. I was thinking to myself, the only way I can relate it to maybe people who typically watch oval racing is it's a shorter time span, but it's those oval races where you have, you know, like your 3rd caution in the first 30, 40 laps, and you're like, all right, guys, this is getting old. You know, like, what are we doing? Why can't we race here? To a road racer, 2 cautions in the first hour probably has that same effect. It's not normal. You like to think we can race cleaner. It's kind of a start, stop, start, stop. So, again, perspective here. If you're RPM racing black, you're probably not thrilled that we're going to do another restart where someone can catch you. If you're someone who's had a bad start, maybe you're one of the huge-ass teams, maybe you're SRM Motorsports, you're thrilled that we're bunched back together and you get yet another shot at this.
A good opportunity to see where things could go, absolutely. As the field.
These pace laps, though. Sorry, these pace laps, though, this is what would kill me, I think, right now, is this. I mean, these pace laps are clocking them in, I think, what, 3 minutes and 40 seconds this time by. Now, those included pit stops, so they may be a little longer. But these long pit stops, this is where you could lose your headspace. Maybe you start joking around in Discord. Maybe you start kind of fumbling around for your water bottle or, you know, whatever your beverage is. Maybe you kind of start talking to family members because you're under pacing, and you kind of lose that focus a little bit, right? And a lot of time here. And so this could be a really interesting point every time we have a caution of just, you know, who locks back in better and who's ready to jump to start and make a move happen. You know, and you could make up maybe 4 or 5 spots in the first couple corners if you do it correctly.
It's very optimistic in terms of 4 or 5 spots, but it is doable. If you really force it in, don't care about racecraft, and use a lot of door contact. I'm saying don't force it through and do that. Please do not do that. But in all seriousness here, great chance if you want some of these machines to figure out what you can do in terms of the pro sign, in particular for both of those classes here. Almeida Racing Academy, for example, we haven't talked about them too much in GT4 Pro so far. They're currently second behind TSRC Esports for the restart. Almeida Racing Academy has Suyo running that organization, remember, for a long time now. Started off with the sim racing, has gone to real world racing. The 299 machine definitely has built up a lot of drivers as a result with the Road Academy. Andrew Moran behind the wheel of the 299, ready for the restart.
Yeah, ready for the restart and ready to see what can happen here. I'm excited to see what happens with that leader, the 117, the Empire Racing Cookie Dough. Remember, they're the only car not to have stopped and put gas and tires on. What's that going to mean for them? How does it mean that car handles compared to the field? How confident are they? How hard are they going to push this? Are they just going to get engulfed by the field by maybe by turn 3 or so? Lots of questions to ask here, and hopefully they'll get answered pretty quickly for this Cookie Dough team.
Just waiting for the official word on everything. Haven't heard much in terms of the bulletins on race control yet, but just continuing to wait. So at this point, it's going to be a fun battle from this point forward. Keep in mind, some of the organizations and the different teams, for that better matter. I know people don't like the word organizations, even though team and organization are the same thing. But some of the different teams, Prismatic doing good. Their drivers have been able to keep themselves in the top 10 so far. Amongst the pro side as well, Prismatic Racing everywhere, it feels like, when it comes to their racing, doing well so far. Give them credit here as we have lights on.
Yeah, we've talked with them before. Maybe we'll talk with them again for the end of the season about their mission and their purpose. A lot of familiar team names appear in these league races. Fiercely Forward, we've seen a few times. Obviously, Huge Ass and such. So, no wave arounds for this caution period. I was waiting to see if the lights are going to go off in the pace car. They are not. I think we're going to go one more time around at least, JP, here. I thought maybe this was going to be our green flag lap, but Race Control has just announced no wave arounds. That leads me to believe next time by is your green flag.
For the official call, as they zip on by. So they did just shorten to 1 lap to green just now. They did shorten it out. Are in a 1 lap to green sequence here. So we'll get ready for the restart. Going to be interesting how far Empire Racing Cookie Dough can go. Now for this pit window. Its results here. So just about 1 hour into the action for those tuning in. 2 caution flags so far in FTR Racing action so far. It's been a caution-filled affair, and so far, RPM Racing has been in control of the Pro Class for GT3. They have the advantage with the black car right now. But World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing, their dual entry, was able to get a good pit stop and jump up to second, for example. Touch upon some other things coming up to the restart. Take a quick step aside. We'll be back in a few moments. You're watching Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage as we continue on with today's FTR action. trophi.ai Endurance Series competition as we get ready for a restart here from Sebring. Justin Prince alongside Derek Watson. Dustin Hollis is your producer for today. The drivers look to rank up and look to be gamers that are in steering wheels here today. Just about ready to go for the restart. Empire Racing Cookie Dough again. One of just a couple teams that did not pit. The others that did not pit to fully go through the cycle were Sim Party Racing's 337, Sunday Racers, Project Sync Racing's 452 car, and one of the prismatic entries in the 437. Everybody else has come to pit road at least once today. Pace car is off. Let's get ready for restart. Green flag waves from the flag stand. And a lot of people are not in sync. You know why? That start zone is supposed to be after the green, the start and finish line. Half the field were expected to go on green from the pace car because that's what happened the last restart. And now we have a crash.
Oh, big wreck.
Big wreck in the middle of turn 1. 3, 4, 5 cars around.
There it is.
Caution flag is out. A crash across the track. It's the RPM red entry. As they scatter through, they avoid contact. But a lot of cars having a lot of body parts shed across the surface as they go to turn 2.
Oh my gosh, big wreck. You see the car parts still bouncing around across the grass there. There's lots of calamity, lots of damage. Lots of cars are going to end their day based upon this wreck. So third yellow in less than an hour, JP, is the trend here at Sebring as we just hit the 3-hour mark.
Sim Racing Grid Phantom amongst the many drivers noticing that are just purely decimated from this incident. Some others just lost their rear bumper and go and have to tow here. Mark Reynolds just towed the car, for example. Plenty of damage there. And seen this happen in real life too, in turn 3 in particular. When you have a send this big in this tight of a section, you have to hold it. In that case, they started losing it, stacked up in front of the field, and contact calamity striking.
Well, it's funny, JP, in a way, that's what we talked about. Remember, we talked about you could be aggressive on the start and that you could gain, what you said, 4 or 5 spots. Well, that's exactly what that car tried. And just like you hinted, you said, please don't do that because you could go bad. Well, you were a prophet almost in that statement, because you're right, it did go bad for that car, and calamity ensued, chaos ensued, damage ensued, and as I said, likely the end of a couple races for a couple of cars here. So we're under caution once again, and we'll watch it one more time from an onboard point of view, and this is just going to get really ugly really quick. Lots of brake lights. Oh, when he thought he had it cleared, JP, and that's the worst for the one. When you thought you had a wreck cleared, you thought you were going to cut through the grass and avoid it, and you get clobbered the last second. That is so deflating.
Pit lane is closed. They're calling us a quick yellow flag over the radio, so this will only be a couple pace laps. So cautions, brake cautions, brake cautions, brake cautions, to say the very least. Our third yellow flag of the day. I wasn't expecting this much attrition here with Sebring. I know it's a hard track, but we've seen a lot of hard hits as a result during all these yellow flags.
Yeah, remember I talked in the pre-race about respecting the track and respecting how difficult this place is. A lot of drivers come in here with kind of a laxed mindset, right? Hey, we've raced this, 1,000 times. It's an easier track. And so you come in here and you're willing to be more aggressive at a track that you think is easy to race, and then you find yourself in these positions.
Yeah, put yourself into an opportunity here to be able to reset. By the way, with all this, of course, there was a change for the Pro League before the time of the caution flag. MRC Quad Dash were able to dive their way past RPM Racing Black to take over that class lead. So there was the change in the result of the sequence. Here's a look at the traffic if you are the 177. A little bit of contact for Eagle Speed Academy, so that's going to be probably looked at there. They at least booped somebody into it.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they? And that's the worst part of the wreck is sometimes it's not the wreck itself as a driver. It's when you think you have it clear, when you think you're out of it, you're through it, you're whatever, you're around it, and then somehow you find yourself involved. That's the more frustrating part, because you almost get that moment of like happiness and joy, and then it gets crushed.
And that's one of the organizations, in terms of the ladder, that actually does have connections to real life, by the way. Eagle Speed Academy machine, they actually do have a racing school that they have in real life that basically allows people to be a pilot for the days they describe, coaching, training. In real life, they use some pictures that showed them driving and basically modified Beetles, almost like. I don't know how else to describe what they drive, but it's a unique looking car that allows them to have an opportunity. It's through the DDK racing team ladder specifically. In other words, what I'm saying is they're amongst the organizations that allow the opportunity to develop, and then of course built the esports side that originally started off in Belgium in 2023. Eagle Speed Academy did.
Yeah, they've had a lot of fun there, and I know here's our producer was saying Fun Cup was possibly what you were talking about, so possible name to use there. Being told no wave arounds again for this caution, so we're going to go green next time by. So a little bit more than one lap to go before we get back to green flag racing here on Green Flag TV, and hopefully we can keep it green for a while. And you're going to have about another hour or so left in the broadcast booth. Then we'll pick up Alex Gagnon as your trade-off, and Alex and I will take us through the end of this race here today in Florida. And I just got to say, JP, I hope this calms down a little bit, or there may not be any cars left at the end of this race in another 3 hours or so.
Not gonna lie, I just had to double check, by the way, what a Fun Cup car is. I've never heard of them, but they look fun to drive, to say the very least. Modified Volkswagen Beetles that were started, of course, in Belgium, that have a racing note in Europe. But coming up to 1 to green should be, I believe, this time. Pit road again is closed. The race control makes sure. So, now how do you play this again if you're RPM? We know how fast things are, but we do have a lot of others that are mixed up here. Some other lap cars, I think, mixed in, because you have Empire Racing Vanilla, for example, that is going to be up here in second in the order. So some of the drivers towards the back of your running order obviously not able to get the wave around or get around the pace car, obviously, since the leader's not in, right? So they're going to be right here separating things out for the overall lead at the very least here. Empire Racing Vanilla, 14th in their class at the moment.
Well, yeah, and the best example of that, JP, what you're talking about, if we go to the front of the field, it's Empire Racing Cookie Dough, then it's the MRC Quad Dash car. Those are 1 and 2 in line, and then you have your first multi-class car. The third car in line is not for position, so it starts all the way up front. So this is going to get interesting for these cars, maybe for Sim Racing Black and Sim Party Racing Delta and World of Racing. How typically we don't deal with lap traffic for a few laps once we go green here, but you're right. As I look at my track map and I see all the cars move around as colored dots, it is a nice little mix of colors here. And you see there on your screen now in the bottom right, there's no organization here. It's just going to be a mixed bag of colors here once we go green.
Dancing ants time, so to speak. And we're about to see the ants go dancing definitely around this racetrack in half a lap's time, I think. So we get all ready to go here. So, once again to reset. Cookie Dough up front in the order. GT3 AMP leaders. By the way, Prograssi is the ones first who have pit on strategy with Eagle Speed Academy third. Then you talk about GT4 Pro. That's currently got TSRT Esports, Almeida Racing Academy behind them. Huge S White amongst their top 3. Sim Party Racing's 337 leads the AM class over Sunday drivers, and Huge S Black, remember, 2 of those names just mentioned have not actually pit yet in the respective class. And then, of course, a lot has happened in TCR when it comes to that running order with the chaos that's reigned. We've had different strategies. We've had a lot of mix-ups there because up in front over there, because 2 drivers haven't pit yet, Project Synced Racing Team SQL is in front of Prismatic. Then WSR, who did pit, is leading that class. It's been a lot of swap rounds today. It's on the fuel strategy, but we'll see if it works out for them, especially with the way the cautions have flown here. A lot of people warming up their tires as we get ready for the restart this time by.
Yeah, a quick thought, real quick here, and I'm about to go green. For Empire Racing Cookie Dough, this is good news that there's multi-class traffic mixed into that field. It may not help them keep their lead, but it may take a little bit longer before they fall back through the field as cars have to deal with multi-class traffic before they get to them.
Yep, here we go. Green flag is already out, but remember the start zone. Some people don't.
Whoa.
Some side-by-side in a couple different places.
Contact.
As one driver definitely read the rule book. A lot of people may have missed it. It's 3 wide already with the different classes. As a little bit of discombobulation with RPM able to zip on by. Everybody else gets 2 by 2 back there. Looks like one of the drivers.
2 by 2.
Black flag for the 175. They picked up black flag off that start, and we've had a spin. So
52, I believe, is who I was told that was, JP. The 252, pardon me, is who that was, and spun around there. Didn't take long for Altura to get turned around there in that first corner. But we're still going to stay green for the moment. 2 wide racing so far. Lots of good battles happening here. And we're going to have a mostly clean restart.
Mostly clean, and I know some people are trying to get to the stores to ask about that because the second time. Oh, a little bit of elbows out there. I believe that was one of the Eagle Speed Academy machines or similar color to that had some elbows pop out there, but everybody else able to steady their way out as they make their way up to turn 10. 3 wide on the bottom box. Cause of incident on the top disappears as the drivers nearly run over one of the touring cars. They're trying to wreck here. 3 wide again.
This is just, you can feel it sometimes as a driver. When you've driven enough race cars, you can feel it coming, you can see it coming. And this just feels like if they look at that car's going to fall back, that white and purple machine, and maybe get himself out of control, out of the way here. But up there is what happened to Altura. Got loose on the inside and up the hill he went, or up the track he went. And he got it stopped before the wall. So now here's for the lead, JP.
Side by side up front. RPM Racing Black retakes it with the send up through Sunset. Took them only a few laps, but they're able to regain the top step already. Just like that. Keep an eye on the rest
down
of the
pit road, by the way.
That strategy did not make the most sense now with the time at the pit stop here, even with a couple cautions, Derek.
I tend to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, obviously they tried to push as long as they could, and they're kind of hoping that maybe it all plays out in the end with the math game. But you're right, for the moment, I'm 100% on board. That doesn't make sense that they pitted, right there. And yeah, you're right. I mean, wow.
Interesting play, as they have cleared the black flag for the 175, by the way. Progressi Motorsport Bravo gets it cleared as a lookout. We're off tracks, this at the very least. That's one of the Project Sync machines, the 452, believe. Just have to go through the grass there. They have already been shuffled down. WSR Esports in class. Well, it's hard to stop them when they have one of the best driver lineups in all of touring car racing. Another pass, a retake of the lead. Ross McFarlane up front.
Yeah, a great pass. I'm gonna come back to that cookie dough thought for a second, if you don't mind. I was trying to process in my head what would be the call, and I guess the only way that call works, JP, that I can find in my head, unless you have a different one, is going to be this has to stay green for the next 2 hours and 50 minutes. And then in theory, they're ahead on fuel strategy, right? They've the last to pit, so maybe they can stretch that last fuel run longer or have a shorter last pit stop. But it's hard to imagine a world where I think that strategy works.
Yeah, you're hoping for a lot to happen. That type of situation, as there is a change for third. World of Racing, Samantha Tan Racing moving to that spot. Of course, World of Racing, so it's roster Samantha Tan Racing, Real World Driver Connections, actually. Their esports program that's started on multiple different platforms. It's their passes there. So take a look at some of the air groups. P3 in class, you see, with the 183 trying to fight it out. At the moment, that's stage 1 racing on the outside. One of the Sim Party racing machines moving forward, that's Rod Miller making the pass.
And doing a good job making a pass, and it's going to keep that position right there as you work up through the. Well, I think it's probably the trickiest part of this course in some ways. Turns 3, 4, and 5. Maybe you want to add turn 6 in there with the big bend. I'm okay adding that, but 3, 4, and 5 is such a quick transition from back and forth. It's probably, in my mind, one of the harder points of this track, just because of how fast those corners are, but navigates it just fine. And there's the 142 moving on through the field here. And I mean, here we are, JP, and we're only about, what, an hour from sunset?
That's
so sim time is 4:46. And I believe sunsets at 5:33 p.m., I believe I noted earlier. So less than an hour before sunset.
Not too much lighting around this racetrack, mind you. You do have the hotel, where it's a very popular venue for the drivers and for the fans to watch along. That may provide a bit of light, but the racetrack itself a little dark. One of the prismatic cars getting a little bit squeaky on by. Push to get around one of the Progressi machines to be able to make that pass work in the 98. Did have a bunch of bulletins come over for investigations, by the way. Almeida Racing Academy, the 299, has 2 different active investigations, Derek. As well, remember that contact from the Stack Up Eagle Speed just picked up an investigation also.
Yeah, busy day for the stewards here. They'll have their work cut out for them all day long, investigating, especially those big wrecks and trying to figure out who's at fault, who's not at fault. Did someone come in late? All those things will have to be factored in. So I tell you, as someone who's done race control once or twice in my life, it is a very thankless job time and time again.
Definitely keeps you busy. especially on days like this. Especially with cautions, precautions, 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 precautions. Sorry, we got stuck in the caution phase. Let's break out of the caution phase like right now. So, quite simply, touring cars continue to battle it out on screen. What's your preference in terms of the manufacturer side? We talked about the Hyundai presence when it comes to in real life with some of the racing. The Honda's been looking very sporty here today, though, on this track. It seems to be a good combination for them as the narrow pass for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team who's obviously not stuck to manufacturers, if you're just a general iRacing user, certain tracks do benefit certain cars, maybe just due to the downforce of the car or how powerful the engine is or just different factors. But typically when you come to teams like FTR or other leagues of this style, you'll see them run the same car all season long. In the TCRs, I admit to you, I'm not as heavily preferred on a car. In the GT3s, I've been around iRacing long enough that for some reason the Merc is the answer for me. It's the car that I feel like it's been around, I don't want to say the longest, but it feels that way, doesn't it? I mean, the Merc's been a GT3 car in iRacing for as long as I can remember, and it's a beast, isn't it? It's a tank. You can like run that thing into a brick wall and it'll still keep moving. So a lot of drivers prefer the Merc, but every time a new car comes out in iRacing, and there's more coming in the Season 1 update in a few weeks we've already heard about, then, the field sort of navigates to the new shiny thing, don't they?
Usually, absolutely. And just had a pit stop. Just heard RPM Red just came down 10 laps in. That is way early.
Yeah, that is early. I was baffled when I heard that in my ears and was trying to process why and how, but you see on the left side of your right side of your screen, the timer for the pit stop is happening there, and they're going to fall down. So we'll see what comes to that and how it plays off. We're watching a battle down the straight there. That's Ullman Straight heading up into Sunset, and both drivers are going to make it through here okay, as it seems. They'll get out of the corner and be good to go here at Sebring. So JP, I was curious to know, as we get around here to a little bit of a groove of racing, this track, Sebring, popular for many reasons. Obviously a great place to race. IMSA race every year, as do many other series. I learned today, random note, it's going to be not called Sebring, but this track is going to appear in Grand Theft Auto 6. It's going to be called Gellhorn International Raceway, but it'll very obviously resemble Sebring. But I was curious, you and I have both been around sim racing for a long time. Do you remember the first sim or game that you would have raced Sebring?
That would have raced Sebring? That's a good question.
So I can tell you some of the games it's been in. It's been in, of course, in no particular order, R Factor 2, Pit Stop 2, The Crew, Forza 2, Forza 3, Forza 4, and Forza 5, also 6 and 7. Le Mans Ultimate, Total Immersion Racing, Sports Car GT, and then, let's see, R Factor, GTR 2, GT Legends, and I didn't know this. Apparently it made an appearance in NASCAR Racing 2003. I don't recall that for some reason.
I don't remember that either, unless there was one of the fantasy tracks.
The downloaded things.
Yeah, I have to double check on that, but I do remember racing on the Forza side.
That was my thought.
With the console, with the controller. Yeah. And I remember it being pretty hard to race on a controller at the time as a youngling, to say the least. Almeida Racing Academy, no nose, up in front. How long they stay up front, we'll have to see, depending on the penalty situations, but somehow it's fast.
It is fast, isn't it?
Never mind. They're about to get a stop and hold of 20 seconds for major avoidable contact, so...
There you go. That'll answer that question for you.
That lead is going to be muted in a second here as they go side by side again.
Yep, so stop and hold of 20 seconds for them, and you suspect maybe they'll take that chance and maybe do at least a pit stop, if not some repairs, and do some work on that car. We'll wait and find out here. I'm with you, by the way. Forza 2, based upon the sims or games listed, would have been my first. I was surprised, by the way. There's no Gran Turismo listed on that list. Here's when they lost their nose, by the way. We'll come back to the video game talk in a second. See some smoke up ahead, some confusion, some bumps and beats, and there was a different car turned around in that black and red machine. And a bunch of calamity there.
Yep, that's exactly where they got contact. The Sunday Drivers has an issue. Well off into the runoff area. They're going to have to come on down. That race control did get somebody ask a question. Is that a safety issue? Yes, it is. As we've had Racing Motorsport Bravo get a black flag in sim. That one hasn't been officially clarified yet. As here's the reason. That Sunday Drivers on this Saturday is not having a good Saturday.
I have to tell you, JP, my local iRacing camera is set right outside that blue and white wall right there. And I got quite a bit of a jump scare when Sunday Drivers smacked that wall a second ago as you were talking. I knew instantly something had happened because I could hear the crunch of the wall and had to kind of peek in around what we're doing to see what had happened there. So I guess the good news for Sunday Drivers, if you want to call it good news, maybe the best and the worst news, it was a flat-on hit on the side of the car. So yes, you don't want to get any damage, but likely no damage to the front end. Is it missing a wing though? I think it is missing a wing. Oh, look at that. Yep. Okay. Bad news. No wing. Take it back.
Definitely going to have to come in, though. Can't.
I'm surprised that car's doing so well, JP.
There it goes. There it's down. I know they're in our ears, it's, oh, you don't need a wing. Yes, you kind of do. Downforce is important here. Would you prefer no downforce or all the downforce? It's a hypothetical question before anyone answers that question, but in all seriousness here, 2:40 to go on the clock. Right now, UJAS, see one of their cars trying to chip away the gap in amongst the fights as the field, as we would expect here with the longer run, one of the longest runs of the race today, Derek, is starting to separate out. They're trying to chase down Treehouse in the battle for second in GT4.
Yeah, isn't that sort of a good news, bad news situation? Our longest run of the day is what we're starting to face here in about 20 minutes or so, maybe not that long. So hopefully it continues that way. Another car down pit road, the third place car in GT3 Pro, I believe to be Treehouse Racing. Or sorry, Pegasi, with Leclerc in the car, and he's going to come down and get some service done. Some of this stuff might be for damage, JP, but I'm surprised how many cars have been down pit road. That's a pretty quick, that might just be a drive-through on that one. I'm surprised by the couple cars that have been down pit road already, not for damage, I mean, but for the ones who seem to be doing it for strategy this early into this run.
Yeah, the strategy factor of it is a curious one, I think, for a lot of the drivers right now. But this is where the strategists are so important when it comes to these teams to make sure everyone is on the same page. Huge Jets yellow, by the way, in front of Racing Motorsport Bravo. There is the Bravo cars weaving out of the bumps to be able to find a little bit of grip. And that's the thing I was referring to a little bit. In real life, that happens a lot, where there's so many bumps on that outside line here, Derek, that the car just chatters and it gets loose. That's why some of the manufacturers in real life, say the Corvettes or some of the air cars, usually will just avoid that outside line, even though it looks like they're passing every single time, because it helps them find a little bit more speed for the entry to then swerve on back to the racing line and then arc it down to the corner, like we just seen for the car behind in the green machine.
And I think that's the part of the track that maybe surprises some people, right? Is we don't talk a lot about elevation change in this track. So I think a lot of people just sort of assume this track is easy to drive or that it's sort of smooth or what have you. No, you're right. There's a lot of bumps. These cars really do get thrown around on this track. It's not the smooth ride it appears to be.
Yeah, there was a comment for those watching along on the YouTube side for one of the drivers who I think already had some instances today where they said, let's make sure we have our appointment set up for the dentist this Monday. We might need some new fillers.
Yeah.
And they are right about that. It is very not roller coastery, more like chitter-chattery around here, especially, I think, down the back straightaway with some of the old concrete for some of the old runways from back in the day.
It's funny. Sorry.
No, you go ahead first.
It's funny you mentioned that comment in that way, because I have to admit, when I read that comment at first this morning in YouTube chat, that's not the context I took it. That's a great context, and you're not wrong. I kind of just took it as the general, like, LMP3 driver meme. I had kind of not thought of it in the way you are, but you're right. That's probably a really good way to look at it. I was thinking of it in the general, like, and of course I know there's no LMP3s in this race, but that's kind of become the meme of sports car racing, as LMP3 drivers and dentists and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, a good way to look at that.
Definitely an interesting way as these drivers stay lined up for the race lead, by the way. Top 3 all packed together, 15 laps into the cycle this time through. Patrick Gannon continues to control things. Good member of this team. Once again, has been able to control this pack. One of the main team principals, so has also had some experience in Aero Major Series as well. So at this point, let's see just how much they're pushing, though. You see them nearly scrape the wall. That's how high they just went. Trying to make sure they maintain up in front and don't allow the 60 to get on by. It looks a good chance for the 60 to save fuel, though, Derek.
Yeah, I would agree with that. This is a great chance to save fuel. You're getting right behind another car. Don't pass them. Use that draft. And, you know, over the course of a run, if you do this the whole way, JP, I'd say you could save, depending upon where you're coming in at, you can save a lap of fuel here. And in a 4-hour race, that may not seem like a lot, but every lap of fuel matters on that final pit stop.
Here we go, spin as they reach some traffic in the number 1 RPM Racing red machine. A few minutes ago, I noticed one of the drivers leave. Thought, oh, it's a driver change. Remember, they just pit. Nope, it's much worse. It's a full-on spin after they elected to pit after only 10 laps, remember. Yako Koa left the race after that. They are done after being contenders for the race win. A big change. That will see one of the contenders for RPM Racing out onto the wayside. That red machine had been trying to gain up for 6th in the point standings, entering through lead today. So with that in mind here, with this caution, with this field starting to reach more traffic, it's a good opportunity to bring in third member of our crew, who's also going to be part of the final 2 hours in full. Alex Gagnon now joins us in the broadcast booth. Alex, welcome to the broadcast booth. 3-man booth for the next little while or so. So far, it's been a caution-filled one.
Yeah, certainly seems like it. I've had the opportunity to cover or to watch what you guys have been covering here in the opening hour and a half or so. It's been a blast when they've actually been rocking and rolling. It's just taken a little bit of time to get to a point where we've seen some green flag laps tick away here. But it should be a fun finish as you see this battle for the lead, man. This has not let up really any time that the actual car's been allowed to go full tilt around this place. I mean, they have been lockstep 1, 2, 3, and then times 4 when that second RPM car was in the mix as well. But now the 3 of them, I mean, they are just stacked on each other going through here.
Speaking of drivers having issues, though, Sim Party Racing Bravo, look out of the rejoin. Turns it around. Looks like they found a buffer. Our driver with some issues. We've seen a couple different bits of contact for them today. So we take a look at the EGR car. We're pursuit to charge, Derek. It's been interesting as you see the traffic management. For others, this what happens when traffic management finds you.
Ooh. Oh boy, another wall hit. And that's going to be some more front end damage for that tri-colored car. And we see another car down pit road now, one of the TCRs. So lots are changing here as this race goes. Oh boy, and remember we talked about this last hour, JP, about there's never a moment alone at Sebring, and that's what causes some of this traffic management problems. It's just that, again, maybe in the last hour or so, when a few more cars have dropped out, if they do, you'll find some alone time. But Alex, right now, this is like being like in a busy commuter train. There's just nowhere to stand where you're not touching someone, it feels like.
Yeah, and luckily all of these top 3 right now have been pretty comfortable working their way through traffic because there's been a lot of it when they've been going green. You see, this is on board with that 49, the MRC quad dash machine in the tire track, so that's 60 just in front of them as they make their way down the straight. And part of me wonders if they're just kind of biding their time right now. Obviously still a long way to go in this thing, and no one doing anything that we've seen people get into trouble with earlier in this race. They've been keeping it pretty calm. As we're going to take a little further back here, there's the Torque Freak Racing machine working their way through Sunset.
They're in the midst of the battle for 3rd position as we go. Instant penalty was officially applied to the 299. They are trying to appeal it again because of different factors. There was the clarification for that penalty situation a while ago where it was reapplied back to Stephen Faze and company for that error drive-through. So, field trying to get themselves sorted out here in this factor. Huge ass and all sorts of battles across the racetrack here. Their yellow car. So that's the 7th place battle in the M class. For example, Ron Wolf is the one driving the car at the moment, trying to hold off Equipment Geek Racing's Kyle Mundell is on the push. And it's getting to where you would expect the ebbs and flows of the racing is what I'm trying to get to here, Derek. Lots of back and forth on the ebbs, lots of back and forth, but you also have a lot of patience that you would expect. It's not going to be pass every second here. It's about the long-term goals of setting up opportunities for more spots later.
Well, part of that ebbs and flows might be the point you hit on earlier about fuel saving, right? If you are trying to stick behind someone, if you are trying to fuel save behind them, the ebbs and flows are important, right? Because the last thing you want to do is pass someone if you're trying to fuel save. You want to hang behind them. You want to match their braking points. You don't want to burn too much fuel. So that may be part of what you're seeing as well. Just there you see 2 huge-ass cars on screen there for a moment, and there's Prismatic digging to the right side and made that pass work. I got scared for a second about that, but all turned out well. But that, and you know what? And these ebbs and flows, the downside to them is at some point, somewhere, somehow, Alex, someone's going to miss a braking point, likely with all these ebbs and flows.
Yeah, and that's just, the nature of the amount of corners that you end up running at a place like Sebring. You got 17 opportunities every lap to have something go wrong, and you do that lap after lap, especially if you're in a battle like this where you're side by side throwing through corners where there's not a ton of banking to work with. Sometimes you just get a little over anxious and might send it in a little too far. We've already seen a couple cars today get in trouble for that, and that's only going to amplify, JP, once the sun goes down and people are going to start trying to guess their braking zones in the dark.
About memorization and track memory, absolutely, by that point. And it really tests the racecraft and the training ability of many of these drivers here. It's so critical to find that balance, and that's the big thing here too. Think about the setup side here. Flip that back over to you, Alex. Is in many of these cases, you're talking about trying to get a car set up for the cooler conditions in the first place. You're also now talking about making sure you have a car that's able to function once you get to those cooler nighttime conditions. That balance is so critical.
Yeah, being adaptable over the course of the race is critical in a race that's this long. And you might have a car that's dialed in for when the sun's out warming up the track, but once it goes down, the track cools off, the track temp cools off, and all of a sudden the balance of your race car may completely go away. So making sure that you're keeping an eye on how those changes are happening and being able to differentiate what's changing because the tires are going away versus what's changing because the track conditions are changing. Those are those kind of moments that when you have the opportunity to make adjustments, you can't afford to miss on it, especially at this kind of twilight hour on the track where you have a couple of different factors of why the car might be handling differently in play at any given point in time.
By the way, checking back in on the overall leaders, you see right now MRC and Quad Dash, their gap is starting to grow more than a second back of the rest of the pack here. Right now, Gannon still controlling things. Yasho Yana still keeping the pressure on, though. They are running lap times on average within about a couple 100ths of each other. Just the past couple is where the intervals really grow for the 10 compared to the 60. And it's so pivotal over the course of the race to make sure you're able to get a consistent pace down. Not just, oh, I can set a fast time and a hot lap. You have to be able to set a good average barometer on a road race, because these tires will light up if you push them the wrong way. And better yet, you have to be able to focus on the drive. Meanwhile, just as I was about to ask a question, Pegasus says, let's hit the wall. That area of the racetrack today has bit so many drivers up through 13 today. It's been incredible.
It's really gotten them pretty bad there too. Direct contact with the front of that race car into the wall. Definitely going to be hurting the ability for that car to corner. As you see, he's on the draft right now, trying to make this move, I believe, for 9th, working on the 74, the SRN Motorsports car. And yeah, going to lose that spot here now as he looked to make the attack in 3. He's going to lose a spot in 5. I think that's a 34 of Sim Party Racing Bravo, who just goes on by here. So not necessarily in the same class, but you know, a little GT3 on GT3 action there through the technical middle portion of this course.
Up and now, look at some of the others as they continue to zip, zippity-doo-dah. One of our closer battles still, with Equipment Geeks finding a way to keep close here. And one of the major things, you can see the length differences too. Mundo going a little bit more flatter on his runs to the corners, a little bit more arc for Huge Ass, just that slight nuance. Find those little bit of balances of speed coming out of the corner exits. That's why Huge Ass got a little bit more of a buffer to Equipment Geek, who gained on the corner entry from the set. The balance here, Alex, is so critical. The racecraft and being able to hit the lines, little line nuances like that are where the big skill differences can really come into play in races like this, where you have those different approaches to each of the corners, where you find speed. Look at that speed found with the traffic.
Yeah. What a run there for Equipment Geek through Sunset. Going to split the middle here. One of the Huge Ass machines off to the right side as they make their way in the 1. Wasn't able to capitalize on that move initially, but boy, did he carry a ton of speed. And you were talking about how those little bit of line variances and sometimes create opportunities. We nearly saw a massive one there. He just kind of ran out of space to carry that run, but he closed right up to the back bumper of that Huge Ass car. I want to say that's the 37 just up in front of him, the Huge Ass Gold.
This is Am with the yellow car. But point still remains the same for the most part here. So they'll just work their way on through, catch up some of their team members in the GT4s for good measure. See if they get some help here in this. Well, the traffic is very cordial. That's the bright side here in this part of the fight.
You know, JP, it's funny. Earlier I talked about, you know, teammates working together, but I'd say sometimes as a team owner or a teammate, there's nothing more nerve-wracking. I don't care if it's both GT3s, if it's GT3, GT4, or whatever combo that is. There's nothing more nerve-wracking. Sometimes, as we see Prismatic go through a nice slide through the corner there, there's nothing more nerve-wracking than watching two teammates race side by side, because you know if it goes bad, A, it's 2 cars out of the race for your team, and B, it's giving an awkward Discord conversation later trying to hash out what happened. It's a very nerve-wracking moment. I'd prefer my team cars never be together if I could help it.
Yep, and now, as a result, major slides as let's take a look at this. Blinky lights after that. A little bit deeper, I think, than they were expecting. Also a little bit earlier of a break. A little bit of both maybe in that circumstance. As we take a look back at the pro leaders once again, top 2 have now checked out by more than 2 seconds together.
It seemed like the MRC Quad Dash car, the 49, was doing a pretty good job for a little while there, keeping pace with these two. But as they've been working through traffic, starting to fall back just a little bit, and it's really become a two-horse battle for the overall race lead right now. And I don't think we've seen a lap here in the past, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, where anytime we've checked in on these two, the gap has been any bigger than what it is right now, about 0.4 of a second. I mean, they've just been lockstep 1-2 all the way around this racetrack, lap after lap after lap.
Staying tight, as you expect, but again, the pit stop should be coming up pretty soon for this class. Shorter fuel distance compared to normal, which could take them across the hour, but of course with 75%, could be a lot more tighter to that. So within about 10-15 minutes probably or so from that pit window for these leaders here.
And that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on there, JP, is when we get closer to that pit window, if they're still going to be running this tight to each other, all of a sudden executing on pit road is going to become even more pivotal than it already would have at a race like this, knowing that literally just a couple tenths of a second could be the difference between taking the race lead or not.
Here now, off-track situation for one of the drivers. They are losing orders. It's going to be Progressive Motorsport Bravo. Yanni Leclerc losing some grounds, Leclerc should say. As look out, they lose the back end, slide along the curb, and nearly collecting two cars.
Boy, oh boy, that almost went from bad to worse. Coming back up the racetrack there, car that was probably going about 130 coming out of the corner, man, nearly got tangled up. That was a close call for the Pegassi Motorsports machine, but that didn't end up a whole lot worse.
Let's take a look at this. Right there, able to get the dodge and just avoid the contact. Could have been nightmarish, to say the very least, for the field. If there was a big crash there, it could have been an air yellow trigger. Instead, Grassi gets back to work in their battles. As a result of that near contact, huge ass yellow. It's the car they're now looking to battle with as a result here. So right now the field getting itself in separations here at the very least. As, not another one. This time out of 10. Huge ass yellow spins it out.
Boy, attrition is starting to set in these last few minutes, JP. Lots of cars either spun around, either solo or assisted or what have you. But this is beginning to be a bit of a thing. Watch this here up top, and feels like a slow-mo replay up top is coming here. And we'll wait and see what's going to happen in the super slow-mo and see what's going to happen here. Wow, that's the one. That's not the huge ass. That's the one before. That's how close that came to making contact. And so, JP, as we now approach what's got to be our longest green flag run of the day so far, it feels like maybe as these gas tanks are starting to empty out and as these tires are being aware, this is starting to feel like uncharted territory for these drivers, and they're not maybe sure how to react to it.
Yeah, being able to react to those situations, so all critical to make sure you can survive. Absolutely. So at this point, see a wave of pit stops have opened up, by the way. Some of the GT3's windows are open, about 23 laps in for some of the drivers. In fact, Sim Party Racing Bravo, one of the Prograssi entries, here's just yellow amongst the drivers who just came in. So some of the AM cars all just peeled down. SRN Motorsports had already came down 5 laps ago to differentiate themselves on their strategy. So the window's open as some of the TCRs battle it out. This includes some of the Project Synced machines.
I love watching these TCRs race, guys, because these TCRs are a different breed of racing. It really feels to me like in these TCRs, it's almost like going go-kart racing, isn't it? You have to almost keep your momentum up in these cars to be successful at them.
decent point, because momentum is definitely a big part of it here. Because in go-karting, if you end up having to lift or you end up losing ground in any way, or lose the draft, it's so hard to recover that.
There's
because
so much time.
Exactly, especially in side-by-sides, you lose so much time momentum, at least a second a lap from some of the side-by-sides from what we've seen. But Alex, too, in general, on the road side here on iRacing in particular, also, if the momentum is also something you can say in terms of be able to keep yourself flowing each of these corners here, as in you're able to keep that right mindset to hit those marks.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and it's also very tough if you are these touring cars, because, you know, you could be in a rhythm and then, you know, traffic from one of these GT3s or GT4s catches up to you at a weird part of the racetrack, and there's nothing you can really do about it other than make sure that, you know, they go by you go and kind of keep what you need to do. But then you have to make sure you get right back into your rhythm, get into that sort of flow state. And, you know, sometimes you're just dealing with one car like we just saw here with the WSR Esports machine. Or sometimes, you know, we have those packs of 4 or 5 cars who are all trying to work their way through traffic, and it becomes quite a mess getting down to some of these tighter corners. And really being able to kind of lock back in after, you know, a pack of traffic has to go on by and be like, all right, back to hitting my marks, making sure I got enough spacing to get through this corner and set myself up consistently for the next one is incredibly critical. And the best at these touring cars are the ones who can deal with traffic and then get right back into that rhythm as if nothing's happened at all.
Now, as things go, meanwhile, one of the more dominant efforts is WSR, but the window we talked about opened up already for some of the drivers in the GT3s. Well, the 60, despite having a chance to save fuel for a good portion of the run, actually pitting first, or one of the first, in their class. MRC Quad Dash extended it already. RPM Racing Black pit the lap prior. So the 49 and the 177 are extending the windows here by an extra lap or two. They've been able to save a little bit more gas here with their efforts.
I have to wonder.
Go ahead, Alex.
I have to wonder if this is the moment where now with the quad gas car now up front with a little bit of clean air, how much longer are they going to think about trying to keep this thing out before they too have to come down pit road? Can't imagine they'd be able to stretch it too much further, but I'm sure it's got to be tantalizing to have a little bit of clean racetrack in front of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, and remember that the key part to this right now is not so much about this lap they have right here, Alex. It's about if they're going a lap longer than their competitors, it's, you know, over the next couple of pit stops, what could they save up? Maybe that final pit stop. Maybe it's 3 laps they don't need on the final pit stop, and that's a few seconds on pit road that could help you gain some spots towards the end of this race. But you're right, also, that clean air, my goodness, as we just watched the MRC Quad Dash car go by, means so much to you as a driver. When you get to get up front and you're not worried about someone's braking point, you're not worried about rejoins, you're not worried about anything else, you get to kind of have fun and do it your way.
Fantastic pass right there. That was RPM Racing Black, who had actually cycled out behind the World of Racing and Samantha Tan entry and got by there. And a place on the racetrack we don't typically see a ton of moves out there through 7 and 8. Made it work, though, and has provisionally cycled back in front here for whenever the 49 does have to bring it down pit road.
Let's watch this overtake again, guys. Here, watch this up top on the top of your screen. This is going to be the overtake we just saw a second ago, and just powers by, even on the outside of the corner. And JP, that's something that you don't see as commonly in road racing.
Yeah. Big shuffle there as a result, and now the 10 looks to try and cut their way through. They have to gain quickly on MRC and Quad Dash. Their car has already made a driver change with Yanni Terhar coming into the 49 machine. So let's see where they cycle here. The pit stop delta previously was about 31 seconds in the box. For the race teams, they're reaching 31 seconds now. They go 32.7. Where will they go in the pit lane? Well, that answer is they'll get past. Right there, zipped on by, so it's not enough to cycle ahead. In fact, the best it can do is cycle right back where they were running into the same spot in line. The difference is Deerville's picked up already a second. So a big difference between first and second now. 2.1 seconds up for the 10 machine with the cycle.
One thing that will be working in the favor, though, of that MRC Quad Dash car is the fact that they have 2 laps of fuel on that RPM Racing black machine. So, you know, depending on how the fuel cycle will work its way out over the next couple hours here, they will be able to kind of maybe keep building on that fuel advantage just a little bit. Could potentially work them back in a strategy call later on in this race, or potentially just a shorter stop at the end of this thing. But it's important to still kind of keep touch with the 10 here if you're that 49. Right now, about 4.3 seconds back as they're trying to get those tires up the temp.
The other thing that may play in their favor as well, guys, is about what's around you when you pit out, right? We saw RPM Racing have a really rough time with traffic, and a lot of traffic around when they came and did their pit outs. Let's watch here in this turn for a moment and see what's going to happen in this replay. Whoa, buddy, that's well, not a 360. That's a damaged race car. That's what that is. That car is going to be beat up, and there's another car off track. So that is EGR. That's Equipment Geek Racing that we just saw off track right there. So those 2 more incidents that likely lead us to another threshold of a caution. But I was going to say, Alex, you know, to your point about, you know, the fuel saving and whatnot, as we see Equipment Geek Racing, they're 3 wide and got bumped by one of the Pegasus cars, I believe. But it's also about where you pit out, right? It's about who's around you when you pit out, how much traffic's around you. You can gain lots of time. If RPM Racing Black gets caught up by multi-class traffic and you don't, that's another advantage for you.
Yeah, 100%. So many opportunities to try to gain or lose time through the middle part of this race. And now with the pit stops kind of concluded, you can kind of put those back into the back of your mind for a little while and just focus about doing what you need to do on the racetrack, whether the priority is trying to go get track position right now or whether it's still trying to stretch out that fuel number for a point later on in this race. As we see a nice little move here, maybe to the inside, side by side going through here. I want to say that's the GT3 AM series that we're watching a nice little battle for right now.
Whoa.
A little bit of moments there yet again. Still able to keep it clean. No issues this time through. Screen black machine able to cut its way on by. Smatic continues to try and pound to the 128, by the way, in this fight. This again, see them towards the mid-pack, towards the top, should say, of the M class. Let's take a look at our replay. Well, that was definitely from technical issues, wasn't it? That was not helpful.
No, that was not helpful at all. Yeah, I think there's a blink and a net code, and I don't like using that word often. I think it's overused, but I think it's safe to say that was a net code.
Yeah, that was pretty clear from that. That's the downside. Sometimes you're on the internet, you can have things happen like that. But in all seriousness here, the efforts continue to be showcased here. At this point, we are right at about that sunset time, within about 20 minutes of it, I believe, here, by the way. There's a look at your conditions. It is 5:26 in sim right now. So getting pretty dark out there for the virtual fans to see. Headlights are already turning on, and some of the cars, in fact, is getting that dark.
Yeah, and something worth noting here is going to be the track temp. It's already down into the 70s here. We're just now getting to the point of, you know, not even darkness yet. So how much cooler will this come? What more grip will it provide? Good questions to ask here as this race goes on.
By the way, we just had a pit stop for one of the TCRs. They only ran 10 laps though. Project Synced Racing's 4:52. Right now, taking a look at some of the errors. This is TSRC Esports. Since the penalty situation involving one of their competitors with the contact from behind, well, they've been able to keep in control. Kieran Sharp looking comfortable, to say the very least. Right now, the advantage 10 seconds over Treehouse Racing, and they're about a second a lap quicker compared to their competitors. So outright dominant so far, Derek, for TSRC Esports this run.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Outright dominance in that class for that group there, and they're having a pretty solid run here. So, and one of the teams that I guess to say we've not talked a lot about, and that's a benefit to them in a way, right? Because typically it feels like most of the teams you and I have focused on in these first couple hours have been teams that have had some kind of damage or collision or issue or drama. But for TSRC, it's been pretty quiet.
Their gap here for this class going to just keep expanding because second place at the time, Treehouse Racing, just made their stop down pit road. And that is going to let they are actively on pit road, so it's going to let them kind of keep expanding that lead a little bit. Now 11.7 over Torque Freak.
Yeah. Huge Ass Black, by the way, leading GT4 AM as well. That interval is pretty wild. 46 seconds. We've been green for about 40 minutes. I believe they owe a pit stop, though, so that might be part of the factor. Sim Party Racing, remember, had been in control earlier on. Some of the other drivers in that class. We just had a tow for Fun Wheel Drive, by the way. So they have had an issue in the 471 cam. See them falling down the order, all while Huge Ass Black turns around. What happened here? Oh my goodness, that was pinball.
Lots of ways. It's not the first time we've seen that car hit a wall.
That was Sunday Drivers, actually. That was that part of the tow. Fun Wheel Drive at the same time towed from the same thing because they slammed the next barrier.
Yeesh. You know what stands out right now, JP? We had those first two triggers for the caution super early, and apparently the trigger point for this third one is massive. You've seen multiple wrecks now, multiple cars off track, multiple collisions, and who knows when it will be. I don't want to say obviously it's coming soon because we don't know that, but it feels like as every collision happens, it gets a little closer.
Yeah, Sunday Drive just ran out of space there going through the middle part of that little short shoot. It was a daring move, and that was 3 different classes of cars who all converged at the same bit of real estate, and 2 of them ended up losing out big time, towed back to pit road, and you know, the one that soldiered on, I can't imagine they're going to be in particularly great shape, all things considered.
Yep, and at this point, 5 minutes towards the top of the hour, almost at the halfway point of the race. Go Speed Academy Esports for their Stack Cup avoided penalty, remember. But they've been fast all throughout the day so far. 16 seconds up. As they look to add what's been stellar championship campaign. Get themselves a championship, put their hands on the trophy before the finale even. Keep in mind, the cookie dough machine is a minute 25 back from their pit stop decisions, Derek, from their previous decision to not pit previously, then pit a couple minutes earlier, well, a couple minutes later, I should say. They're still in 8th. It's still going to get interesting with this cycle as more drivers finish their pit services.
Well, and again, remember, Cookie Dough, as you said, they pitted right after we went green the last time. So they're the one drivers in team who are really just kind of hoping this stays green as long as humanly possible, because that's going to let that strategy work. They're behind right now by so far because we're just in the midst of pit cycles, right? And if it could work out for them, who knows what will happen for that Cookie Dough team. But again, they need it to stay green for that strategy to work here. I mean, they just tried to get every drop of fuel out of that car they could, hoping they could, turn that around later.
Here's a look at the battle for third. Looks like they'll make the swap. No issue as Pagasi gains an air spot over their fellow competitors, I should say. So our move, an air pass complete. As Torque Racing just entered pit road for their service, as looks like an air window is opened up for the GT4s this time through. 3 minutes to spare at the top of the hour. That's going to make things interesting for the end of the race, Derek, in terms of how close they are going to be on a top off.
Yeah, the difference now will be, do they need a top off? Are they just going to skirt by, sometimes that extra lap we get in endurance racing, depending upon when the leader takes the white flag, will all be questions to track here in the second half of this race. And again, it just takes probably, one caution, and it all blows up.
Alex, what would you say about so far, though, what you would say the game plan is now for some of these teams? We're already about halfway through the race. It's been a busy race so far. Now it's the clean grind the rest of the way.
The biggest thing, I think, for a lot of these cars, especially in the GT4, both the Pro and the AM, I think it's a matter of trying to, if you can stretch it, get your opportunity to come down pit road on the back half of the hour here, get yourself past that halfway mark, and maybe try to time it at some point between that moment in time, and if it makes sense within your strategy while there's still just a wee bit of daylight out there. That way whoever jumps in doesn't have to immediately jump in the dark. All these guys have memorized this course. They know where their braking zones are, but it doesn't hurt to have, a lap or two in the daylight, even in the waning hours, just to get a slight sense of all right, has anything changed out there on the racetrack? Is anything else I need to keep an eye on? An opportunity to maybe see if there's been any dirt kicked up from the numerous amount of incidents that we've seen so far today. But, scratch that, because TSRC just made their way down pit road, and they're pitting from the lead there in the GT4 Pros.
Our penalty for the 175 Progressive Motorsport Bravo just picked up one. But as we go, we get ready to get a transition through. Why don't we take the opportunity to feel the noise, take a feel of the sound waves if you can. As we follow along with some of these battles, 2 minutes, 2 hours, 1 minute remaining.
Under caution here at Sebring for the third time today, just at the 2 hour mark. And Alex, this changes every hypothetical conversation we just worked our way through about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's a huge turn of events here, particularly for some of the cars who had not thought about pitting at the end here. Some of those touring cars have an opportunity to pit. Speaking of pit road, this is where the incident occurred that officially triggered the yellow. It was on pit exit. Just running out of real estate, going up in the turn 2, and oh man, hard crash there. I think that's the Torque Freak machine who got spun around there. He was one of them. Not sure who that was. I think that was the 44 coming off of pit road. It was WPM White. So the two of them get tangled up there going into 2. And Derek, that is going to completely put some doubt in the minds of a lot of the folks who had just come down pit road about how their strategy is going to have to get adjusted, man. Hard hit there for the 281.
Massive hit right there for that orange and blue car. You're right, this is going to put doubt in some people's minds, maybe encouragement in others, as they've been working those pit cycles. And honestly, for Empire Racing Cookie Dough, I don't know. Like, they pitted just about an hour ago, so they were probably just about out of fuel if they haven't pitted already. So they just pitted. So this is beneficial to them in a way, I would think, that puts them back on cycle. I don't know. That's been the hard one to math out all day, Alex, but they're a lap down. We'll see if they're in position to get a wave around when this. Actually, they're GT3s. So there's no way they're going to get a wave around here. So they're not right behind the pace car, I don't think. So lots have happened here in the first 2 hours. Some collisions, some passes, some exciting moments, and there's still more to come in hours 3 and 4.
Oh, you betcha. You know, that's the fun thing with endurance racing. You know, you get to see a couple of hours of some really fantastic stuff, and then you think about it and you're like, oh, we still have another 2 hours of a bunch of fantastic stuff coming up if the first half's any indication. And while there's been a couple of yellows, man, when they've been going green, it's been a ton of fun. We also want to give a shout out to Justin Prince, who was covering the first half of this one with you, Derek. You just stepped out here at the midway points. It'll be me, you, and of course producer Justin Ollis the rest of the way.
Yep, so as the cars make their driver changes, we'll make our changes as well. Thank you, Justin, for covering the first 2 hours. And Alex, you've been here for about a half hour now, but you're the newest driver in, so to speak, of the three-man booth, and you'll be here through the end of this race. This, of course, is the penultimate race for the FTR trophi.ai series, and next month, in the month of December, we go to Barber for the 6-hour finale.
Tell you what, Barber's a really, really fun track. That is, I love Sebring. I think I love Barber even more. That place is simply sensational to race at. 6 hours at Barber sounds like a dream.
I'm on the fence about this, Alex. It feels like a dream in an IndyCar. I'm not convinced it's a dream in a 5-class race.
It can be a little narrow at points. Yeah,
right.
Point taken. I will still disagree. I think it'll be quite the action track, but I do suspect we might have a race there similar to how we saw the start of this one go, where there's just a lot of cars all fighting for the same bit of pavement out there.
And again, hey, you know what? I guess the good news for Barber, likely there will be no papier-mâché dolls harmed in the making of that race.
Yeah, we'll knock on wood. Hopefully, that won't end up being the case. I think that's the name. I don't recall. I'd have to go back onto Scott McLaughlin's Instagram, see if they. I remember they've replaced her where she had initially fallen, but that's one of those only in racing type of moments do you have something like that where it's like, this is the huge story coming out of the weekend is a guy in practice obliterates a papier-mâché dog going down a straightaway at 130.
That wasn't in practice. That was during the IndyCar race, was it not? I recall that being mid-race that the dog came off a couple years ago. I might be wrong. I'll show you if we can find some time to Google it as we this day progresses. And of course, if you're scared of spiders, that's also not the track for you, by the way.
Also very true. A lot of culture, a lot of character out there. Same here with Sebring, though. I mean, this place, when you talk about character and pavement, that is seen a lot, man. I mean, this place used to be an airfield, and it is bumpy to suggest that in parts that might still be the case. This place is fast, it's physical, and very easy to get the car offline if you're out of sync going through one of these corners because, the pavement's not the most forgiving here at Sebring. And I think we've seen that happen a couple times here today, particularly coming out of 13 and coming out of 16. There's been a couple of issues we've seen for folks over the opening 2 hours, and I have a sneaking suspicion that they may continue to escalate once we get into the dark here, and people may just be slightly off with their points. If they drive it in just a tad too deep, they're going to have a really tough time with those two corners.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assumption. We'll see what drivers use the wrong visual markers for their braking points, the ones who can no longer see them as we're getting closer and closer to that moment. Right side of your screen, purely for the moment, the GT3 Pros. You can see where your favorite GT3 Pro cars on the left, not the right. I know my directions. Don't worry about it. So you can see where all your favorite GT3 Pros are lining up here today with about an hour and 53 minutes left on the clock. I'm all turned around here.
Now, we still have about 8 of them on the lead lap, and about 11 who are still on the track. Let's take a look here to the GT3 AM situation. Right now, Eagle Speed up at the front of that. Everyone basically still in the mix there. A break here for Empire Racing Cookie Dough to try to get back into the pack here with the rest of them. And only one car off the lead lap of this 9-car group.
There you go. Next, you'll see the AMs, the green class. You'll see where they line up here as we get one big, long parade lap here down the straight, and you can see where those cars are lining up. And then we'll move into our GT4s next, I would assume, on the left side of the screen, and cycle you all the way through those. And you'll see, Alex, as we get away from the GT3s, those classes get a little smaller.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got 9 here in the GT4 Pro. Treehouse Racing up at the front right now. TSRC had been the lead there for a while before that caution, and I think got caught on the wrong side of this pit cycle when that yellow came out. So they've been cycled back now to the 6th spot. They've got some work to do if they're going to get back to the front here in GT4 Pro.
You see pit road is open, so we'll watch a couple pit stops here and see how this all plays out as this caution continues on. Under caution for the 3rd time here at Sebring. Just a little over 2 hours into this race. Hope you're having fun here on Green Flag TV. And you see Huge Ass and many other cars down here. That 38, that's your GT3 Pro class. You can tell it by the red banner, also by the double-digit number would indicate GT3 Pro.
Yeah, he's not the only one bringing it down pit road. Pretty quick stop there, though, for the 38. That's Huge Ass Blue. Gonna peel off there at the same time as the gold car. So a couple of teammates pulling off pit road right at the same time. And they got one more here in that GT3 Pro who came with them. Or sorry, that's GT3M. So few takers for pit road, but not too many. And Derek, I got to imagine that's most of it is because those folks who had come down pit road just before this yellow.
So you would have to think, no matter what class you're in at this point, Alex, if you pitted here under caution, this now becomes, I would think, a one-stop race for everybody. The GT3s would burn fuel the fastest, and they should be able to go, just under an hour. And then each class, the GT4s and the TCRs, can go a little longer than that. So these likely, if we stay green, are your penultimate pit stops.
Yeah, and that's a huge break to have. If you only have to come down pit road once as opposed to twice in this race, you're going to save yourself a whole lot of time and a whole lot of headaches in the closing hour 50 here. Just one less opportunity to have to worry about something going wrong. More laps that you can run with less fuel in the tank, get flying around here a little bit more. A lot to like by only having to take one more stop here as opposed to the 2. Everyone, though, in this lead pack for the GT3s, they all stayed out. They're all on anywhere from 9 to 11 laps here on this stint. So everyone from 1st through 6th of that group looks like they're going to be having to come down pit road sooner than the majority of the field.
That's the fun of endurance racing, is the strategies. That's what a lot of us nerd out about, because it might sound odd to you that, hey, why did those guys stay out? What do they know that I don't know? And when did they pit last? And all those numbers and all that data matters a lot in the moment here.
Yeah, it certainly does. And this is the best opportunity for those teams to start trying to crunch those numbers when they're not having to go full tilt. An opportunity to try to reset, go, okay, we'll have a couple laps under yellow, save a little bit of fuel. How does that position us for the back half of this race? So that's the questions here for RPM, for World of Racing, MRC Quad Dash, and everyone in that lead group. And that's just for the GT3 Pros. Every single class is asking themselves that question.
Right.
It's just, of course, we're talking GT3 Pro at the moment because they're also going to be, at the front of the overall running in addition to their class.
Yep, so lots of questions still to be answered in this next hour and 46 minutes. Maybe 48 on the clock right now, so lots still happening here at Sebring. The sun's going to go down, and, well, Kenny Chesney tells us everything gets hotter when the sun goes down. Maybe not the track temp, but I think the racing's going to get hotter, the battles will get hotter. Maybe some of the tempers will get hotter as more car contact happens, but track temp itself, Alex, it's down yet another degree from earlier, so it's definitely going to get cooler on track as we're going at least one more time around this racetrack.
Yeah, and I would suspect by the end of this race, that temperature overall, right now at 73, I do believe would drop close to the mid-60s As someone who lives not too far from Sebring myself, once the sun goes down in Florida, the temperature tends to evaporate pretty quickly with it. So I have a feeling that once the sun officially goes away here in the next few minutes, the transition on the racetrack as far as track temps are concerned are going to be pretty drastic compared to some other tracks we may go to in this schedule, like Mid-Ohio or Barber or whatever it may be.
The question I have, though, is when do we hit that tipping point, right? Typical rule of thumb for a driver is as the track cools down, you find more grip. But there does seem to be this magical point. There does seem to be this magical tipping point, Alex, where you get too cool of a track, and it kind of like, turns around into almost getting slicker again, right? It's almost like resetting the score in Pac-Man or your favorite video game, where like you kind of just turn the counter back over a little bit. So that can happen. I don't know if we'll get there tonight or today, depending upon the time you're watching this, but it could happen in that moment. Wave arounds are going to happen here next, by the way. So that parade lap is going to stay, I believe, to the left, and they're going to let the wave arounds by. So that'll be the next step of this caution process. And I believe this to be the first time today we've had wave arounds under caution.
Yeah, I believe that you're right. And we have a couple already. Looks like the 299 here, Almedia Racing Academy, going to get a wave around Prismatic, and the 437's going to. A couple of those TCR cars are going to. Project Synced, both their 452 and 453 going to get a wave around here. So particularly out of the touring cars, going to get kind of cycled back here, I think, toward the tail end of the field.
So wait for those cars to go around. You see lights in the pace cars still on, still under caution here at Sebring. This is our third one of the day. And waiting for this caution period to expire, waiting for us to go back to racing. And, it's weird to say with 2 hours left, you don't want to say it's desperation time, Alex, but every time you get a caution, people want to be desperate on these restarts because, obviously we don't want to see a big dive like we saw earlier that brought a yellow out, but these are your chances to make up big spots quickly on the field.
Yeah, 100%. And I have a feeling now, people knowing that we're in the back half, I mean, sure, we've had a relatively caution-heavy front half of this event, but that's not a guarantee to be the case on the back half. You don't know how many more restarts, if any, you're going to have from this point in the race, so really going to try to capitalize, but everyone in the field is going to have that mindset. So I have a feeling we're going to see some really aggressive racing here once the green flag goes back into the air for about the first 3 or 4 laps or so until this field starts to get spread out a little bit, because everyone's going to be like, this is the opportunity to put myself in position for the tail end of this race, and I don't want to miss it.
I would agree with that. Well, lights in the pace car still on. We've heard nothing from race control to indicate we're going green this time by, so I suspect we're going yet another time around. I mean, those last couple wave rounds just happened, so there's no way they could expect those guys to be caught up here if we don't go one more time around. And in fact, that is the plan because lights are still on. So take yet another lap here, and these are long pace laps, Alex. I mean, these are, almost 3.5 minutes of pacing per lap.
Yeah, and it really just kind of makes the driver sit there and think about what's going to happen here on this restart, because you can't go any faster than what they're doing right now. But it's close to double the running speed for most of these cars, so you really just kind of sit there and have to ponder what's going to happen, whether you like it or not. And to a point you were making a few minutes ago, Derek, talking about the threshold of like when a track gets too cold. To your point, I don't know if we're going to run into that tonight, but the one thing I will be really interested to see is when we get to, say, like the final hour or so, we see that kind of big final wave of pit stops. The track will be dark at that point. The track temp will have dropped a bit. Coming out on cold tires from pit road, that, if there's any time where we're going to see some cars really have some issues with track temps, that's going to be the time when both the track is cold and the tires are cold.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how the cars react and who does what and who can hold on to what if we do get to those moments. I suspect in the next hour we'll be in full darkness here at track. We'll get to see Palm Tree Lane, one of the newer, I guess now, a year and a half old in iRacing, but a very big tradition in Sebring in real life. That one lane, I think, just out of turn 1 where all the spectators set up those little kind of LED palm trees. It's kind of just a cool moment on the track, and get to see lots of things happen. We'll probably see some more onboard cameras, I guess, as the sun goes down. and lots of action left to go here. I suspect we're going to go green this time by Alex. So right now, if you're in these cars, you've now had a long caution to kind of get antsy, get nervous, get anxious, get ready to go racing yet again.
Yeah, this should be something. I mean, these guys, I think, have been pacing for probably close to about, say, 15, 17 minutes at this point. So I'm sure they're all just itching to get back on the throttle here. And, you know, you got to be able to try to manage those nerves with the excitement of like, oh, good, we're finally going to get going again. With, you know, the last thing you want to do is put yourself in a bad spot because the car isn't, you know, ready to get up to that speed per se when you want to jump off the rip here after a very long opportunity here behind the pace car.
And I guess maybe the kind of good news about this long pace lap, or pace laps, I should say, is if you did change tires, you've had some time to put some heat in them.
Yeah, I mean, all the folks who had just come down pit road, I think, will have already put about 3 laps there under yellow,
yeah.
So an opportunity to put a little bit of heat in them. And, you know, that's a real opportunity to make sure you can really send it in there to these opening couple corners without any major concerns. Because it's not like it's not like if it's under green and like a car had just got out there and is immediately trying to run full speed on 0 laps of having any heat in those tires. They've had an opportunity here under pace, and you see a lot of these guys still shaking to warm the tires up a little bit here down the straights. Everyone doing what they can to get situated. But we're making our way back over towards Sunset, Eric, and they still got the lights on that pace car.
I know. I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm trying to have that mood and that mindset that maybe it's going to turn off. Maybe it's going to happen this time, and we'll wait and see here. Long caution period, and this really will affect lots of things in this race. But lights still on. Pace cars not making the right-hand turn. So yet again, here we are going around.
But they did just close pit lane.
Sebring. So likely this time.
Yeah, so that's
I've said that before.
That is true. That is true. But hey, lights are off. That feels pretty good as we make our way into one. This probably is the one to go here, going back green.
Race control has confirmed in our ears. Yes, this is the one. This time by. And race control has confirmed, by the way, on the initial start of the race, we had that weird, maybe weird's wrong. We had a different restart box. It was just after the start-finish line. Race control has confirmed for the field that box is done. When you see the green flag, you can step on the loud pedal and you can go somewhere.
And I'm sure that is going to be a thrill to everyone in the field here. Just a little bit more time to try to get in position and get up the speed before that tough turn 1 when this field is stacked up like this. An opportunity to just try to get a little more spread out and probably increases the odds of getting through there A-OK. And, you know, if you're someone like some of these folks who are just behind, you know, these leaders, this is a huge opportunity to try to make something happen. You know, if you're like Sim Party Racing Delta, you know, Eagles Speed Academy and that 177, like really have an opportunity here to try to get in there and, you know, mix it up for the overall win with some of these guys because you're finally back all connected.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Connected would be a word. And hey, I don't think, by the way, after this long period of caution, you want to tell these guys twice to step on the loud pedal.
So here we go. When we take the green flag officially, we're going to let these engines roar once again. And that is going to be coming up here in just a second. It will be RPM Racing Black here and that number 10 who will lead the field to green. They've been up front for the vast majority of the laps here today, but have always had some pressure from that 60, the World of Racing Samantha Tan entry, Vishal Yunus there in that second spot. MRC Quad Dash and Jihani Terhar rolling off in that third group. Everyone getting ready to go for the dive down to turn 1 in just a moment. We're going to work their way through this portion of the course, get ready to make their way down to turn 16. You can tell just by looking at them how anxious these guys are to get going. Just about ready to run through the pace car. And I don't blame them. It's been close to 20 minutes since the last green flag lap. They are dying to get out there and go for it. And as we go ready once again to go green, we are going to feel the noise once again on this restart. And we'll let you really experience what it's like. These guys are going to go ripping here in just a second. We're on board here with Ron Wolf, the huge ass yellow machine, the 137. They are working their way through sunset. Green flag is back in the air. And here we go, the drive down the turn one. Let's feel that noise. in this pack.
The top screen, by the way, is a replay, I do believe, of what happened. Bottom screen, there you go, is live. We're back to live racing here. And, you know, why am I surprised? I'm surprised. There's so few headlights on right now. And I know they're controlled by iRacing. That's not the driver's choice. They don't turn them on and off. They just sort of happen. But this place looks a little dark. And I'm surprised on track there's not a few more headlights from these cars.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that it's taken as long as it has, but, you know, it means whenever someone does flash the lights at this point, they are quite visible because visibility on the track is starting to go down. So, you know, watching here as they go back into turn 1 at 10. It's been Patrick Gannon and Yashal Yunus for the 10 and the 60 respectively. Been in the seat basically, I think, since the drop of the green flag here. These guys have already done over 2.5 hours of racing, and they have exactly a 0.4 of a second gap between them to show for it.
Yeah, and every time they feel like they start to pull away in these runs, there's been a caution. Now, there's lights right there. I know what those mean. That means, hey, I'm a faster class, and I'm coming. I got that one. That one I understood right there. But a couple times the one car has pulled away, Alex, and made a bit of a gap or a move or whatever. These cautions kind of keep resetting that gap, and so that's got to be frustrating for them, and I guess maybe encouraging for the World of Sim Racing car back in P2. But this is a good run so far. About an hour 22 left on the clock, and some good solid racing up in GT3s. You look up and down the ticker. I mean, you got 3 seconds for the GT3 AMs. You got less than half a second for the GT4 Pros. I guess realistically, other than GT4 AM, when there's a 3-lap gap, all these classes are seeing some great battles.
Yeah, we're watching that GT4 Pro battle right now. That's Treehouse and TSRC who are battling. TSRC, if you remember, had a 10-second advantage on this class before that last caution. Got trapped out there behind the pit cycle, had to restart in the 6th position, and have just been flying their way through here, making the move here on turn 1 for second. Gonna not be able to complete it yet through 2. Has the inside line for 3, though. Now we'll complete that pass. Yeah. Treehouse has to fall back now, and now TSRC has their sights set on that 213 of Altura Esports. This is the time, if you're going to be that TSRC machine, while you're still in striking distance, have that momentum, working from outside the top 5 to second, and only a second now to the lead of that class. I mean, this is the top 4 for GTT Pro in our sights right now. They're basically within a second. Fantastic action happening right now.
Yeah, great action happening. And the thing to think about is the mental game that's being played here, Alex. Is what's happening right now for TSRC is you need to be positive that when you catch Altura, that you make the move swiftly and efficiently. Because if you make this move and it doesn't work, or if you get stuck side by side, you're gonna welcome in your other competitors into that battle, or you're gonna miss the move, and you're gonna go from 2nd to 4th in just the tick of a second, the tick of a clock, right? So you've really got to be careful that if or when you catch Alturas, now Treehouse is gonna go back to the inside. They're gonna want to become like a Treehouse of terror and see if they can make this pass here.
Yeah,
made that reference in that. I realized no one got that reference. It's not like over the age of 30, I think.
Well, it was still applicable as they're side by side here into this spot going into 16. Looks like Treehouse is going to take it for now as they make their way down the straight. TSRC going to pop back out, try to use that draft a little bit, make a run. The second Altura machine is going to be right there as well. 3 cars, you could throw a blanket over all of them as they make their way in the sunset, driving it in there pretty deep. But it looks like TSRC going to retake that spot before they hit the stripe here. That gave the 213 an extra second on the lead here.
Yeah, that's the danger. I said you got to be quick and efficient with these moves. You don't want to do something that's going to alter this race, and that's what they're kind of doing right now. And this 3-car battle right now has kind of become the battle as Artura's pulling away. So it's really a battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. TSRC, Treehouse, and the other Altura car in the back there. And pitting is your leader. That's RPM Black, and that is sooner than I think you want to pit if you want to do this on 1 pit stop. In fact, I know it's sooner you want to pit for 1 pit stop. I don't need to say I think. I know that.
Yeah, it certainly is a little early than I'm sure they would have liked, but the 10 for RPM Racing down into the box. And that raises the question then, do we see the World of Racing and Samantha Tan entry come down pit road next time by? The last time we saw green flag pit stops here for GT3 Pro, the gap was a lap between the two, a 1 lap cover before the 60 made their way down pit road. So curious to see if that's the case again here today, or if the 60 is going to try to stick it out a little bit more up front. So we're watching here this GT4 Pro battle once again. And this battle for second continues to rage on here. TSRC, after that initial charge up the second here, has kind of lost a little bit of steam. Has not really been able to get away from Treehouse and from the second Altura car.
Which is kind of surprising to me, because with that big gap up ahead of them, you would think with that open air that they'd be able to make some kind of move here. But maybe they're playing too defensive. They're worried about what's going to happen behind them, or maybe they burn up too much equipment trying to get around to make those passes, that maybe they just kind of now have fallen off a bit. But I'm surprised. I thought TSRC was going to be able to, I'm not sure I thought they were going to catch the leader, but I thought they were going to open the gap a little bit between second and third. Hey, maybe they finally are right here.
Yeah, good exit off of 16. And even with a little bit of a draft they can work with, not a ton of close in here from Treehouse car. So maybe this is where TSRC starts to get on the throttle. They were about a second a lap faster than the rest of the class before that caution around the 2 hour mark. And have really seemed to kind of had a tough time getting going here the past couple laps as we jump up to a different battle here. I want to say this is GT3 AM that we're watching. Sorry, this is the battle for fifth here in GT4 Pro. That is one of the huge-ass gold cars alongside in this battle with the, or sorry, huge-ass white, I believe, alongside this battle here with the, I'm completely missing it. Where did it go? Oh, Sim Party Racing Tango into the wall.
There's another modified. There's another piece of car missing off the 340, pardon me, a Sim Party Racing Team. I got Party and 40 kind of mixed up there for a second, but on around they're going to go, and they look slow. They may be just trying to test the car out, see if it's drivable, and see if they can bring it back to the speed, or if they're just going to limp it around the pit road. And it looks like so far the answer is we're limping it back to pit road. And if you are an endurance driver, Alex, that's a goal. Anytime you get in a wreck, if you can help it, because they're just going to tow it. But I was going to say, the time you spend limping that car around versus towing is massive. And there's some internet problems, and that's what's going to lead to huge ass turning that car around.
Yeah, that was the 237 huge ass white who got tangled up there with the Sim Party Racing Tango machine. So we're just about 15 minutes from the top of the hour, and taking a look here, still that car looks like to be in one piece, still looks to be in good shape here after that bit of contact.
Yeah, good news for them, and I suspect probably with the way that netcode worked, I doubt Huge Ass got any actual damage from it. They probably still got the iRacing credit for the wreck, what we call the 4X in iRacing terms. But I suspect just the way that car was blinking in and out, they probably walked away unscathed. Here through Sunset again is Prismatic, and they're having a solid run here so far. And boy, you can just see all the bumps in that track as they come down to the bottom of Sunset down to pit road. Look how much those cars just wobble around. Again, it's that point Justin was making earlier about how this track looks kind of smooth and simple because it's kind of flat, not much elevation. But boy, I bet you need a good chiropractor after racing here.
Oh, certainly. The bumps alone might justify that one. Got a little bit of a battle here going down into one. One thing to note through the pit cycle that's actively happening in GT3 Pro is that the World of Racing Samantha Tan entry, the 60, is now clear of the RPM Racing Black machine. They've got a little bit of an advantage here trying to work through traffic. The RPM machine having a little bit of challenges there down the front straight. Letting the 60 get a little bit more separation. Something to keep an eye on here as this pit cycle continues.
And we're still about, I'd say, 15 minutes at most, or at a minimum, sorry, before we be at that point where anyone could stop for the final time. So there's still a bunch of cars up front in GT3 Pro, at least who've not done that. You know, Quad Dash, Huge Ass Gold, Huge Ass Blue, Huge Ass, actually all 3 Huge Asses have not pitted. So they're probably hoping to make it to that 1 hour marker before they need to pit.
And they've only run 15 laps on this current stint. I think they'd be able to get there. And then would set themselves up really nicely for the last run to the finish here. You know, I've been keeping an eye on the timing table here, Derek, and one of the other things that's catching my eye is that I think it was one of the GT4 pros who may have just came down pit road, because all of a sudden it's TSRC who's being scored as the leader of that division. And you've got you still got that battle between Treehouse and Altura just behind them, but actually, is that the other Altura machine just behind them?
That is the other Altura machine. Yeah, the first one must have pitted. I was trying to get a glimpse, unless something happened. I don't see a pit.
Yeah, I don't believe they've come down pit road. I think something must have happened here where TSRC and Treehouse have gone on by, and now the Altura cars, who were, you know, first and second a few laps ago, are now running third and fourth.
That's a good call out. Yeah, you're right. We missed that, because I mean those 2 Altura cars now are a second, I believe 2 seconds back. Let's see what may have happened. There's what we saw was the lead. Not a bump. I thought for that camera we were going to see a bump there, but TSRC goes by, and is he just trying to fall back? I don't know.
They seemed to be rather slow going through that corner and got back up to speed here in the draft. Maybe being up front was burning a little bit too much fuel, now trying to save some drift.
Okay, so being told that what happened here, Alex, is that Race Control has made the decision that that car needed to give the advantage back. Race Control did not like that bump and run we saw earlier, and they deemed the bump and run to be quote-unquote unfair.
No!
Hold on, that's unfair. That's a car around. That's going to be at least 1, if not 2 cars into the wall.
That was Empire Racing Cookie Dough in the 117 who went sliding.
Yeah, and they're back moving around. We'll see what happened to the other car involved in that incident. But what I was going to say is Altura got told then to give the spot back. That bump and run was unfair per Race Control, and they had to give back the position. So that's why they're back in either 3rd or 4th place currently. But this cookie dough moment right here, we're going to watch and see what happened. They're going to come up here 3 wide basically, and Altura is going to come up and just keep coming up, and they're going to smash the cookie dough. And I suspect when it rains, it pours, Alex. That we just had 1 penalty Altura, but they just had to give the position back. I think this one might be a little bit harsher for penalty than just giving a spot. There's no spot to get back in that case. They're different classes. There's likely a time penalty, I'm assuming, involved in that.
I would have to imagine. As you see here, this is the 60 trying to hold on to that spot. Got checked up in traffic a little bit. The RPM machine right on the back bumper out of Sunset. Here they go to the stripe. Boy, oh boy. You see the lights flashing rather frantically, trying to get some of these lap cars out of the way. He is under pressure going in the 1.
Yeah, he certainly is. World of Sim Racing here under attack. Wants to get around here, and a couple of those cars has moved out of the way, and that's the right thing to do. You don't want to be involved in that battle, because first off, you're a slower car, so maybe you can't even be involved in that battle, but you definitely don't want to affect someone else's fight, because you've probably been there before and know how that feels when that does happen. But boy, look at this battle. I mean, they are right on top of one another. This is not slowing down here in this moment.
No, they are absolutely glued to each other right now. You can barely slide an index card between them. That's how close the RPM machine is to the tail end of the World of Racing entry. As they make their way here through the back half of the race course. Watch off the back bumper of the 60. You just get a sense of the looming presence that is the 10 right now. And for the longest time tonight, it has been the roles reversed. So now we get to see the 60 on the defensive end with the 10 on offense, after the 10 has led so much of tonight's event. Fun little change of phrase, as it were. An opportunity to see what they've got when the roles are reversed.
Yep, we'll see if they can pull away or what they can do. If they've, cat and mouse at this point almost, right? And just kind of seeing who has the better advantage. An hour at 9 left on the clock here at Sebring. A pass around one of the two Jazz cars gives a small separation here in the moment between these two cars that we're watching. Now I suspect that'll likely close in just a second here. Well, you know what? While we're here live on Green Flag TV with the FTR Trophy.ai series, Gary Gottsell, Lucas Moody are live on the other part of Green Flag TV. Look at it, they're at Phoenix. They're 72 to go, Alex, and they're in their season finale. So if you want to check out some IndyCar racing, you can do that later, as that car got way high up at Phoenix. I've never called two races at once before. I'll take the top and you take the bottom.
I tell you what, there is a lot to keep an eye on right now. But I'm sure Gary Godso, Lucas Moody doing a wonderful job as always over on VOR for the IndyCar series. That race very quickly winding down. Will Julian Altena catch Old Sullivan? That is the question right now. That gap about 4 seconds. And we've got some more action as well on our side of things here. A little bit of battling going on here as the 60 trying to get going. One of the Altera cars. Not to be confused with Julian Altena of the VOR series. One of the Altura cars having an issue there a moment ago.
Let's see how many more alt things we can throw at you real quick. See if we can just jumble it up a little bit more for you. Here's what's going to happen here with that car, and just watch. I think he thought he was not going to hit his braking point. He just went wide just to make sure he didn't run into someone, and off the track he went, and everything's good for the most part. Hour 7 left here on the clock, and glad you're along for the ride. I have to say this, the sun's obviously down. You can see just kind of that haze in the air, that little bit of that, maybe not even a glow of the sun left, but I thought by now it was going to be a little darker. And the sun set almost 1 hour ago, down to 75 degrees track temperature. And so these guys are going to have about an hour. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? The times I looked up earlier would have been for November 22nd, would have been for today for the sunset. That virtual sim date of November 1st. Now, presuming, Alex, here's a weird question for you. Presuming virtual sim time recognizes daylight savings, which is an awful thing, by the way, then it may be like another hour before the sun sets. He's currently thinking about the idea of daylight savings and virtual sim time and making it another time zone is what Alex is thinking about. So, so I suspect that the sun's going to start to set right now. I had not pondered in virtual daylight. So I guess that would be VDST or VEST, I guess. So VEST or VST for your time zones there in the virtual world. But World of Sim Racing is still doing a good job. There's RPM Racing Black in the one car. They want to get caught back up. They want to get involved in things. Remember, they pitted about 10 laps ago. They just got around the AM leader, and they're trying to get moving here. But the difference between them and our leaders is that we know for certain the one car must pit again. Track lights are on, so there's another step in our progression of getting into nighttime racing as we move on here.
Yeah, it's starting to get really dark on the racetrack here. A lot of guys who still don't necessarily have their headlights on yet. A little surprised by that because visibility noticeably worse than what it was even about 20 minutes ago.
Well, you know what? Earlier we said we were surprised there weren't more headlights on. I think now every headlight is on. So good news, there's two prismatic cars. They're right there next to each other and got a car behind trying to get around. And so they're going to make way, I think, for that car.
Well, the one did. I think these guys are actually battling here for position. This is the 128 for Prismatic as well as Eagle Speed Academy on the 177. Chris Van Gutsch versus Aspen Martin. And this little battle here for the fourth spot in GT3 AMP. Trying to hold on to that spot right now is the Prismatic machine, doing a decent job of it. And, right now, these guys, once the two of them kind of figure out this battle here, they've got some work to do if they're going to catch up to the third place car, the Pegassi Motorsport machine. It's about 5 seconds ahead.
Let's watch what happened to Torque Creek a second ago. We've seen this team involved in a few things today. You see that iconic blue and orange paint. Just turned around as long as that. Oh boy. Join goes okay. They'll wait a second. Thank goodness, because they almost got T-boned. I'm right at 90 degrees. When I see that car, Alex, between the rims and the paint scheme, all I can think of is this almost like iconic McLaren colors for that car.
Yeah, it's a good-looking machine. It looks better when it's on the pavement than the grass, I'm sure, if you ask any of them. But so far, not a horrible day for the 281. Trying to get back on track here. It was a good rejoin. Didn't jump out in front of anybody. They are a couple laps down, but are running 7th right now in GT4 Pro. We take one more look at it here with one of the GT3Ms who was just able to slide on by. I want to say that was Sim Party Racing Omega, who was just clear of that one.
Yeah, that was scary right there for Sim Party Racing Omega, because that was just in a spot where you could easily have just missed that dive and just T-boned that car, but all worked out well. And we're going to go back to racing here. You know, in the virtual sim world, lots going on. Lots going on in the real world as well. Of course, I said McLaren, and of course it's stuck in me. Hey, tonight, at least here, if you're watching live, is the F1 race in Vegas, and lots of stories so far in that, Alex. I'm excited to get to watch that tonight. Being a West Coaster, it's on at a reasonable time.
Which easier said than done with a lot of the F1 season, especially for the West Coast with a lot of the times, the way things sit over for Europe. Yeah, that's, I'll take the bit of the later shift on my end for once, being on the East Coast of things. And honestly, part of the fun about broadcasting events like this is, we, even here in the Green Flag TV booth, are all over the place. And we're still able to make this thing work, and that's the beauty of sim racing, if you ask me, is, the in-person stuff, you can't beat it, but this is a mighty fine substitute if there's nothing else available. This has been a ton of fun, as we're just about at the 3-hour mark of this one. And that sun getting real low here in the sky over sunset.
And I would say probably about, 4 minutes from our final pit stops being a real thing, right? Just under the 1 hour mark for the GT3s is when that could open up. For the other classes, they're well inside that window. For the GT4s, especially for the TCRs, they're well inside that window. Where if they've pitted by now, they're likely good on gas. Happy along with us here for 1 hour to go. And I hope you're having fun watching this battle and enjoying all the battles as we are. And again, I want to say it again, been green for almost an hour, knock on wood. And right now, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 5 battles are within about 5 seconds, I think. The GT3 Pro might be a little bigger than that. But it's a great set of battles happening right now. And so you and I have both, I think, covered enough endurance racing or done enough endurance racing to say, hey, if we're an hour to go and we got single-digit seconds of a gap, we're having a good time.
Oh, 100%. You are still feeling mighty confident. You're still very much in the mix. And even if you're, in the GT3 Pro group and you aren't the 37 or the 38, if you're that World of Racing number 60 or the RPM number 10, you've been the fastest cars on the racetrack. There's been no doubt about that. And you just might be behind on the pit cycle. But if there was, to say, a late caution here in that last hour, all of a sudden this completely changes how you feel about it, because you've got the speed. But if you're the huge jazz cars here in the 37 or the 38, you got to feel really, really positive and really, really happy with the way your fuel strategy is working out. They're both 22 laps into this stint. Gives them about, say, a couple more laps before they need to come down pit road, and that cycles in perfectly with getting under that hour mark.
Yeah, it does. And they've got to be hoping that this stays green, because right now there's some teams that would benefit. World of Sim Racing, RPM Black, Sim Party Racing Delta, who would benefit from a yellow, because it would reset all the cycles. Because right now, the teams up front, they pit right now, they're basically done. Maybe a minute or two of a gap before that's official. But these other teams I just mentioned, they have to pit again, right? There's no way they're going to make it in hour 12 or whatever it was on gas. If they do, they're my heroes, and those cars need inspected, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I would deem it unlikely, if nothing else.
Yeah. So you see some pit stops happening in GT3 AM right now. Huge Ass Yellow has surrendered 5th place. They're now down at pit road, so they're going to take their shot with about 59 minutes left on the clock here. And watching this 2-car battle on the track here, they're going to come down here into the corner. This is part of the battle right now we were watching earlier. I guess it's not really a battle. It's two cars fighting and drafting, I guess. So, Alex, earlier I was asking Justin about this. I'm curious if you remember. Sebring has appeared in multiple sims and video games, mostly Forza, R Factor, some of the lesser-known titles, I believe. The Crew, weirdly enough, of all games. Do you remember the first time you would have raced Sebring, or in a video game or a sim?
As we're seeing the 2 leaders come down pit road here, big stop here, potentially their final one. Got to imagine the first time I would have really interacted with Sebring at all probably would have been Forza 4. I'd have to imagine, for good old the Xbox 360 at the time. I was whipping that on controller probably, and something that should not have been on the racetrack, I'm sure. But, you know, a good time for sure. That being said, outside of Forza 4, the only other time I've really done anything with it has been here on iRacing, because admittedly, I spend enough time on iRacing at this point where it's kind of the only racing-related thing I spend a ton of time on at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking Forza 2 would have been mine. I mean, I've played. It was not in the original Forza, so I would not have played it there. So Forza 2, to my surprise, when I was looking through the wiki about Sebring earlier, as I just sort of put this in my head as canon, Sebring has never appeared in a Gran Turismo game.
Do you think they would have gotten that happen by now?
You would have thought, wouldn't you? That was sort of my, I guess, your weird random Sebring trivia today. Has never appeared inside a Gran Turismo game. Has appeared in the Crew. It's going to be modeled. It's going to have a different name, but it's going to be modeled in Grand Theft Auto 6 of all things, apparently. But yeah, never Gran Turismo.
The more you know. Well, they still have time to correct that transgression, I have no doubt.
Do they still make Gran Turismo?
I think so. They have one that came out, or maybe I thought they had one that came out a couple years ago.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though. I don't follow the series a ton, to be honest with you.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not a PlayStation guy, so I have no idea. I'm a PC and an Xbox nerd for a long time, so I don't get the benefit of Gran Turismo. But right now, the benefit of racing and passing is going to that GT3 Pro car right in front of you, and he's getting around some traffic and trying to make his way through. Comes down the front straight here, makes another pass. These aren't really passes. I'm calling them passes because he is, but none of this, of course, for position. This is all just multi-class traffic we're dealing with. And there's Empire Racing Vanilla, by the way. They're on pit road now. They're surrendering P10. So, again, we're now into the land, the final pit stops.
That we are, and we've been watching this battle here between World of Racing's number 60 and the 10 of RPM Racing Black. And this gap is about as big as it's been in favor of the 60 this entire night. Now, just diving into the final hour, it's about a 2.2 second advantage. And not only is that the biggest advantage we've seen the 60 have, really it's been about the biggest lead we've seen anyone have here in this GT3 Pro field, outside of just after the pit cycle, around the 2-hour mark before that yellow came out and kind of restacked everything. So we're finally starting to see a little bit of separation here, and it's kind of crazy that we've been racing for over 3 hours, and even with the couple of cautions, the fact that the biggest lead of the day in this class and for the overall race has been only about 2 seconds. It's pretty wild, if you ask me.
Yeah, again, it's been great. It's one of those things that, you know, we're so in tune with the idea of endurance racing and longer races that the idea we get down to an hour and it's this close is just thrilling to us. It's exciting, and it should be thrilling to you as a viewer, because it's just not, it's not always common. And it sometimes it's a lapse. It's sort of like what the GT4 AM race is right now, is where all these could be at times. So we're happy to have all these big battles, and we have a couple cars running really wide there through those snaking corners. And more pit stops underway. There's one of the safety trucks, and there's a car.
That's Empire Vanilla.
It's Empire, okay. Who just pitted, by the way.
Yeah, they were on cold tires. They just gotten back into the fray, and they got tangled up. Yeah, they this battle, three-way battle for the lead in GT3 AM. And the 25 got caught in the crossfire of what has turned into a real drag-out brawl for the lead here in that class. Take another look at it here. You see, they're trying to get this sorted.
I'm a little confused, if I'm honest. Not sure how the back end came off from that. It must have been just like, I guess, scotch taped on there, because the back end didn't get any real contact. He got some, looked to be some minor contact on track and hit the front end of the car, and it just sort of, I guess, kind of like jolted the energy through the car to the back end. But the back end fell off, and there they go.
Yeah, so here we sit now, 3 cars in the mix. As you take one more look at the replay, you see what happened to the Empire Racing Machine. Just a little bit of contact, nothing crazy, but at a bad point on the racetrack with the cars a little off balance. So we take a look here back at the live shot, the battle for the GT3 AM race or class lead. You see Pegassi has that spot. However, Eagle Speed Academy and Prismatic have both reeled him in. Eagle Speed just made the move on Prismatic a moment ago to take second in the class. Now on the attack for the class lead here through turn 5.
Great battle right here on your screen. And this is as close as it's been for a while in any battle, it feels like. It's right here, just 4 cars all together, not all for position, and they're right going to get around that car and make it a smaller battle, but just take one heavy corner, one extra braking point, one dig of a corner, and this could be a change for the lead here in this moment. Being told now Project Synced may have desynced in some ways, but I think they're now that car is disconnected from the track, at least. Oh, it's in the
boy. Hard contact, right front axle completely broken there. Oh boy, a little bit of contact there in GT3M. Eagle Speed and Prismatic around.
Prismatic, yeah. It's almost like Eagle Speed bumped the lead car and then kind of like spooked themselves a little bit. Like they didn't want to bump that car, so maybe they slammed the brakes a little hard and kind of worked it backwards.
It's entirely possible. Let's take a look here. Yeah, contact here between Eagle Speed and then Prismatic just loses it on its own. You know, Eagle Speed made contact there with the Pegassi car for the class lead. And then unrelated, the Prismatic car goes around, so he's going to fall out of this 3-car battle for the class lead. Eagle Speed about a second and a half back. Could have been a lot worse, all things considered, for the 177. Who did not lose a ton of time in the grand scheme of things after that.
I wonder if Prismatic got nervous. Like Prismatic sort of, you know, I always say as a driver, we can see things coming, right? We can see it, we can feel it. We've been in a race car enough, you can kind of see the wreck coming. I wonder if Prismatic got a little nervous. Right about here, as they saw the bump coming, they saw what they thought was going to be the bad wreck coming, and so they slammed the brakes, and then on around they went.
It's certainly a possibility. So we take a look here, back up at the front. And GT3 Pro, that's the 60, the World of Racing entry, currently driven by Yashal Yunus, who's up in the lead spot right now. The gap 1.9, basically 2 seconds back to RPM Black. They've got a little bit of clean racetrack over the past 2 laps here or so, Derek, and the gap is basically stagnated, neither side really gaining or losing any ground once they got through some of that lap traffic.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to say it. Not gaining or losing any ground. They had to quickly find a way around that huge-ass car, and they did. And that was a scary moment coming about a sunset right there. See a couple of the Michelin signs, iconic here around Sebring. And coming up out of turn number 1 here. And this is still just a great race going on all around the track. Less than 1 hour to go. Happy you're here on Green Flag TV. And hopefully you've been here for the whole race. There's been lots to see. Some beats, some bangs, some passes, some incredible moments, some great saves, and hopefully we're not done yet.
I'd be hard-pressed to think that we are. And take a look at the gaps. It's less than 2 seconds in GT3 Pro, less than a second and a half in GT3M. We had ourselves a good battle going in GT4 Pro for a while there. Some cars who had just come down pit road, so we'll see how that finishes out once the pit cycles conclude. But we've got some fun battling across the field here. As we're watching here still, that is the 60, the World of Racing entry, who's just trying to tick some laps away. First time they've really had the lead all evening, and they are not thinking twice about it. They have really tried to open things up here.
Yeah, they are doing a great job of starting to open things up here. You see now the interval on your screen, over 1.7 seconds between these two teams, between first and second. But look at that on the bottom of your screen. See the reds and the greens. The past 2 laps RPM's gaining slightly. And listen, they have, 49 minutes to do it. If you gain 0.3 every lap for 49 minutes, you could find yourself in contention.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're going to gain 0.3, you're going to get there in quite the hurry. Looks like, though, that Yashal Yunus and the World of Racing team going to get a little bit of an advantage here this time around. That gap opened up, I think, by about a 10th or so from where they came around last time by if that gap holds. So back across the start-finish line they go. 48 minutes left on the clock at the rate they're going. Only about 24, 25 laps to go. But something to keep an eye on, if you remember back here, folks, is that these cars who have, both the 60 and the 10 have run about 12, 13 laps in this stint. They're probably going to have to stop again for fuel. And it's the huge-ass cars, 37 and the 38, who are going to probably be able to cycle in here as the folks who were maximizing that pit stop. As you see the battle in GT3M once again, Eagle Speed has once again reeled in Pegassi.
And that's something to note if they need to pit again versus don't need to pit again, and how you race right now. Because if you need to pit again, and you know it, the question might be why get yourself involved in too many things when you know that it's just not. I won't say it's not going to matter, but you're going to kind of be in the way and make a pass and have to pit a lap later. You can really make some enemies by doing those kind of moves. So how you race really does matter a lot. But here we're going to look now into the GT3AM category, and this is close. This is a quarter of a second apart between first and second. And second, wow, gained over a second that last lap. And look at this, 4 cars on track, 2 cars battling. Here comes the pass, and here it is complete. And new leader in GT3AM.
That was a nice move there into turn 3. Haven't seen a ton of passes there, but he had a great run through 2. Would have been silly not to try to make that move. He made it work. And that was the big thing that you were talking about earlier, Derek, was that, when you're going to try to make a pass here, you especially want to make sure you do it cleanly, do it quickly and effectively. That's exactly what we saw that time around after a bit of a botched first attempt a few laps ago from Eagle Speed. That car went right up there, snatched the lead away, and is not looking back.
Yeah, and that's the right thing you got to do, is not look back and not worry about what may or may not happen. You just got to look and drive through the windshields. We'll see if they can make that happen here for Eagle Speed, and they're pulling away at a pretty decent rate so far. Almost 0.4 of a second already here for Eagle Speed, and on through they go. And I want to note here the 177 car, if I could find it pretty easily. They last pitted back on lap 73, so I believe they are good on gas.
That's a huge turn of events for them if they're going to be able to make it all the way. A prime spot to be in right now. So we'll jump up here. A lot of flashing lights here happening for this spot. This is Treehouse and Altura, 3rd and 4th. We've seen a good bit of them battling each other so far today. Looks like Altura is going to go on by. Treehouse slides back to 4th. And they're about 7 seconds off of the class lead right now, these two. Altura Red currently sits 2nd, and he's about 2.5 off of TSRC, who currently leads GT4 Pro. It's been a really interesting battle in GT4 Pro tonight. I mean, these guys have really been bouncing around kind of in those top 4 every time we've taken a look at them. It's been a ton of fun. This is a battle a little further back in the TCR group. The touring cars, 2nd and 3rd, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, WSR Esports. That 472 is right there, Derek.
Now look at those gaps he's made up in the past couple of laps. So it has to be due to I'm guessing due to a pit stop or something happening in that category, because you don't make that kind of time without those kind of things. But that last lap, though, is still encouraging. Over 0.7 of a second for WSR Esports, and they're trying to make the pass, and they're just trying to keep in touch, it feels like. I mean, right there's maybe a passing opportunity for WSR. They're going to be side by side down the straight here. And what's going to happen in the corner? Long straight still happening here. Who's going to get the advantage? It's going to be, no, not WSR. They're going to back up a little bit because of how scary Sunset could be, and that'll let our leader continue to be our leader here for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix machine.
Yeah, good little battle for
P2,
2nd. They've got some work to do if they're going to catch Fiercely Forward Gray. As you see some of the faster cars here flying on by as these guys battling for position, still side by side in the 1. How's this going to sort itself out? Still door to door. Looks like WSR is going to have the inside here for 2, but more pivotably, it's going to be Sim Racing Grid who's got the spot here for 3. Boy, they are just glued together right now.
Yeah, these guys are having at it, aren't they? And now you got to be a little more careful, though, because now that if your team is connected to the Discord and you're paying attention, you know that Race Control did not look too kindly upon that bump and run up in a different class earlier. So now you know you have to make the pass clean, because now you know the standard has been set. So, hopefully that plays a factor in how these drivers drive, knowing that they can't make that kind of move and just get away with it.
Yeah, 100%. That was really close but pretty clean racing we saw there in this battle in the TCR group for second. WSR Esports going to have that spot temporarily. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix currently sitting in that 3rd spot, glued to the back bumper right now. Every time we've had an opportunity to watch what the touring cars have been doing, it's been a ton of fun to watch these battles. Maybe because they have a little bit of a tougher time really getting back on the throttle compared to some of the GT3s and GT4s. But anytime we've seen them, it's been fast and it's been furious between these two.
It certainly has. Almost seemed like a red zone camera for TCRs, don't we? Just something just to keep it there locked all the time. Well, let's do this. We are about 40-some minutes left in this race. We're going to step aside for a moment on Green Flag TV and thank a couple sponsors, and then we'll come back and we'll take you to the finish here for the FTR trophi.ai series.
With over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Back here on Green Flag TV, Derek Watson, Alex Gagnon with Dustin Ollis. Pushing the buttons, making us look and sound good in the production truck. And Alex, throughout the small commercial break, nothing really changed here. Lots of close battles. Drivers still kind of setting up that final strategy. And some interesting questions to be answered in the next 40 minutes.
We've had a couple of major changes here up front. RPM Black seems to have had some sort of trouble here, unless they had just come down pit road, but I don't think that was the case. So now, all of a sudden, GT3 Pro is broken wide open in favor of World of Racing and the 60 team here. They've got a 15-second advantage over Sim Party Racing Delta. Other notable news that just happened: Eagle Speed Academy Esports on the 388 here in GT3 or GT4 AM. The first pass for the lead, and I do not know how long in that class. I think Hugh Jass Black has had some sort of issue. They've been down on pit road and has cycled for the first time in I think the better part of 2 hours, a new leader here in that class. Not to mention right now GT4 Pro and GT3M, both a 1-second battle for the class lead there. We have 39 minutes left, but boy, oh boy, these guys are going for it like it's the last lap right now.
10 car, I was trying to find out myself, and our producer beat me to it. The 10 car, internet problems, disconnected due to internet problems. So, in real life, there's technical gremlins we hear about all the time, especially in the prototype cars, but in all the cars, hardware failures and brake problems and all this stuff. It exists in our world, just in a different way, Alex. It's internet problems, you know, monitors going bad, we've heard about, you know, all kinds of things, direct drives failing. Well, if we just call them the technical gremlins, they exist. And unfortunately for the 10 car, it bit them really hard tonight.
Yeah, especially when they had such a good run going. I mean, they led basically every lap of the opening 2.5 hours. Had fallen down to about second in the running order before that happened, and they're not going to have a lot to show for what was a really, really dominant drive in the front half tonight. But you know, sometimes that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to racing. As we take a look here, this battle for fourth, Sim Party Racing Omega trying to hold off Huge Jazz Yellow.
And a great battle they're having here, less than a second here for fourth and fifth, but Huge Ass Yellow is losing a little bit of time lap by lap here. So Sim Party Racing Omega with Rod Miller behind the wheel is having a pretty solid run here. And so we'll see if they can keep that up and if they can catch P3. That might be a separate battle and separate chore, so to speak, but at least for now they're holding on to P4. So here we are now, less than about let's say we're pretty far in. We're about less than 40 minutes to go here at Sebring. The lights have officially gone down. The headlights have come on. What little bit of track lights we have come on. So even with my bad math for virtual daylight savings, we're now officially into darkness.
Yeah, that we are. Those headlights gleaming right now on the racing surface as there's just about no light left up in the sky. We're taking a look here at our overall leader. The 60, the World of Racing entry, now basically unchallenged for both the class and overall victory, barring anything that happens in the last 37 minutes here. A 15-second advantage over Sim Party Racing Delta. Is the 60 going to go into 16 here?
And it's funny, you talk about those headlights, and we'll come back to that in a second. Huge Ass Racing Black, by the way, disconnected after pitting. So they're now out of this race as well. Just FYI, I'm not sure if we have a reason for that yet. We'll see if we can figure out what may have happened. I was kind of chuckling to myself talking about these headlights, and Sebring's not the worst, but there are certain tracks where you almost love having someone behind you. It's like a second set of headlights, don't you? You think about, you know, maybe being in the Nürburgring or being at Spa or even heck at Le Mans at night when there's a little lighting. That second set of headlights means so much to you sometimes. You know, obviously you'd rather be up front by yourself and leading, but sometimes a little extra vision doesn't help or doesn't hurt at all. Here's a pit stop, by the way, and this is going to be for our current race leader, World of Sim Racing, down pit road here. And this, not a surprise. So now let's see what they can do in the next 30 minutes after pitting.
Yeah, we knew they had to make one more stop. We'll cycle some more people to the front. The people who still are in the best spot here is probably Huge Ass Blue in the GT3 group. This is the GT4 Pro battle, though, for the class lead. TSRC Esports has been chased down by Altura Esports Red. Vincent Hilliger is right on the back bumper of Andrew Pike right now, and this is a battle. He's been getting about a tenth or two closer here, basically every corner. Can't get any closer now without making the pass. We'll see if he can make his move somewhere this time around.
Yeah, this would be the move he's going to need to make right here if he wants to. This is TSRC. Remember, that's Alturas. They were up in the lead earlier and gave that lead back per race control decision after making what race control deemed to be an unfair bump and run, which I think in road racing, I think most road drivers would probably say that any bump and run is unfair.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you. The cars are not, you know, particularly made for something like that. When the couple times we've seen it, it looks like people have more or less survived it, but certainly not something you want to be, you know, really emphasizing or promoting having happen. As you see here, going into sunset, TSRC trying to hold on to that spot right now. Bit of a wider line through there. Altura's gonna maybe have a run down the front straightaway here. He's right there.
Yeah,
here they go across the line.
And see if he makes the, I'm expecting a hard left here to make the pass. Does he try to dig inside the bottom? No, he does not. Wants to stick right on behind here, and maybe he'll wait for another time in the GT4 Pro class to make that pass, because it wasn't right there where I thought it was going to be. But I mean, he is within 0.2 of a second. He is right there on that bumper. He can basically see through the other guy's windshield at this point.
Yeah, go in there and, you know, flick them on the back of the head, be like, hey man, I'm here. As they make their way off of turn 5. Here they go towards 6 and 7. Pike doing a good job holding on to that spot right now. I'm sure the rear view mirror completely useless at the moment. It's probably just a giant bright light back there with how close the Altura Esports machine is as they make their way off of 7. That advantage still to the 298. But for how long is the question? The 213 drove right up there. But now kind of running out of places to go. Now that he's got to the back bumper, easier said than done to make the pass.
And sometimes this right here is the best form of offensive driving, right? Sometimes you don't need to make the pass. You just sort of sit back here and say, hey, I'm here. You make your presence felt. You kind of be a menace. You be a nuisance, you know, and you hope that by sitting there, maybe as you said, by filling the rearview mirror with headlights or just by pressuring him to want to drive away further from you, that you sort of hope you cause that car to wiggle or bobble or go off track, and not that you bumped him, just that your presence kind of intimidated him, so to speak, into making that mistake. So sometimes this is the most offensive form of racing right here, is just being present, being visible, being known, and being obnoxious.
Yeah, and if you can force the car you're battling into some kind of mistake, sometimes that is the best way to make a move. As we go back into sunset again, just over half an hour left in this one. And the gap for GT4 Pro, man, it's 0.3 of a second and shrinking. That Altura machine is so good through sunset. He made up a ton of time there last time around, made up a ton of time this time as well. Does he decide to try to make a move here into 1? Didn't last time. Doesn't look like he's going to this time either.
No, he seems fully content almost. It's just to sit back and relax and wait, doesn't he? Just kind of, whether it is that he's just trying to, like, you know, fuel save to have more fuel left at the end of the race, whether he's just trying to be a nuisance, whether he just wants to wait and make one shot at this so that if he does make the pass, there's no time to, you know, pull the over-under on him. I don't know, but he seems really content just to ride. There's a blinking headlights from the car third in line. That's the other Altura car.
Going to become a little 3-horse race here. The teammates running second and third, they're going to have to try to find a way here to get around TSRC without slowing each other down, especially with how quickly the Altura Esports standard has kind of reeled in his red teammate here.
And I'll tell you what, there's a good chance for them to do it, in my opinion, if they get lined up here, by the way, is you can either do it between turns 16 and 17, that's the Ullman straight, or do it on the straight, you know, down into turn 1. There's a long straightaway there. If you and your teammate got together, you could probably pull out a line and draft each other on around the leader. So we'll see if that is what happens here. But that's the way I can see both of them making the pass here on TSRC.
So
there's a faster class car.
Yeah, Prismatic's going to go on by here, but that lets Altura get right back to the back bumper. And the second Altura car only about 3 lengths back here off of 16. Down the straight they go. Do you think that he's going to bide his time, wait for his teammate to get up there and implement what you were just talking about? Or does he get ambitious here in the sunset, knowing how much faster he's been here?
Well, you can't be too ambitious, because remember, this is the team in Altura, you know, despite which car it was, this is the team that knows now that Race Control will hand out the penalty, because they're the ones who received the penalty for the old bump and run. So they know they have to do this correctly. You cannot, there's no leeway here. There's no asking for forgiveness because you already got your hand slapped for it, right? So they're going to have to do it a different way, probably, to make this pass happen. So they're going to have to do the 2-car draft, or they're going to have to hope they luck out in catching traffic here, and that traffic slows up your leader.
Yeah, speaking of the leader, there was, I want to say that may have just been...
There it is.
Yeah, oh, there we go. Never mind, Altura goes on through right there. TSRC immediately under attack from the other Altura team car. But it's the 213 who's going to set sail here after several laps of trying to figure out how to make that move. Found a way to make it happen there. They're side by side for second in the class behind him. The other Altura car going to slide right on in there. Nearly got into his teammate as well. Yeah, he's flashing the lights at his teammate.
Yeah, listen, just because your teammates doesn't mean you always throw out the moves they make. Sometimes you.
That's true.
You can have some words inside team. City
Whoa.
almost dive bomb between teammates. This is, man, some of these are on in the same paint scheme.
GT4 Pro getting spicy here with under 30 minutes to go. You mentioned earlier, Derek, the last thing that you wanted, the most nerve-wracking thing, is two team cars battling for position like this, because something could go really wrong and have a really awkward conversation after it. I can't help but feel we might be trending that direction right now. The 252 is a man on a mission. He is trying to find a way on by the other Altura car, and obviously they're not too keen on giving up that spot because it is the class lead right now.
I really hope that inside the Altura Discord, there's a voice of reason right now, right? There's more than just those two drivers hanging out. There's someone going, hey guys, listen, we're 1-2 right now. Like, if we even make the smallest slip up, we're putting TSRC back in the lead. But that, if you're TSRC, you're kind of privately rooting and cheering and hoping these two guys don't calm down, because that's your way back around them, is if any kind of contact or any kind of shenanigans happen. So I think for the moment, these two have calmed down. I say for the moment because there's still a couple good dive opportunities here, and we'll see if they do happen. But yeah, it feels like maybe someone got in there with a voice of reason. Hey guys, you're going to wreck both of us if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's certainly easier said than done. We're taking a look here. So they're going through 3, 4, and 5. I mean, they are running each other so tight right now. And I know we've been watching a lot of the GT4 Pros the past couple laps, but I mean, this is truly where the action's at right now. I mean, can't not love what we're seeing right now out of this group between the two Altura cars and the TSR machine. I mean, they have just been going the war out there.
Yeah, they went through 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, and all seemed pretty normal through there. So I think, again, this is finally calmed down. Either they calmed down, either someone got to them. I don't know, but at least, or they're waiting to find it out later.
That they are. Under 30 minutes to go now. The gap here, only a couple tenths of a second. For the overall lead, it is Huge Ass Gold right now who's got the advantage. They had timed their pit stop really well. And even though World of Racing is reeling them in as far as time on the racetrack, wreck behind the 99. The 99's around. That's Pegasus Sim Racing who got sideways.
He's back on track, and the car's wobbling a bit. See if that's just from the effects of being in the grass, or if that car's really hurt. I'm waiting to see. I think he got punted up in there, so he may have some damage to be aware of here, Alex. And by the way, I should mention here with 26 minutes to go on the clock that if we were to break the caution threshold yet again, I bet we're done.
I would be inclined to believe you're probably right. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. This is on board with Huge Ass Gold, and heavy contact. Front end of that car got completely torn up.
Not sure if,
and Huge Ass Gold is pitting from the lead now, I think, to maybe repair some of that damage.
Let's watch this again. It just feels like maybe just too much traffic involved there and too many braking points, and Huge Ass Gold, I guess, maybe didn't get the memo and made contact with the back end of a car. And I mean, it's probably irrelevant whether they pit or not. Watch this again here. Watch how their closing rate. And it's probably irrelevant. I'm guessing even if they didn't pit, the time penalty would have given away their lead.
Yeah, that was a huge bit of contact there. So they're going to get patched up. They're going to get back on the racetrack here, forfeiting the lead, though. Back to the number 60 team, the World of Racing and Samantha Tan racing machine, Yashal Yunus, and on board with that car. Now 13 seconds clear of Sim Party Racing Delta, and they should be good to make it on fuel here. So all of a sudden things looking very up right now for the driver of the 60 with 25 to go.
Things are kind of slowly starting to work themselves out, aren't they? Now is a
not here though.
Never mind. Nope, never mind. I started to say there's some leads of some gaps, but here's that battle again. So things only calm down for just a second. This is Altura Esports. They're now going back and forth. It's kind of hard to tell the difference from that camera side.
I think they did make a little bit of contact there.
Identical cars, and it's hard to see without the numbers on the side which one is which.
I think it's Esports up front, and then it's Red who's tailing behind. Red had the advantage a second ago. His teammate has finally made the pass here. This is a fantastic battle right now between two. Dan Peoples in the 252, Vincent Hilliger in the 213. And looks like now the first car starting to get just a tiniest bit of separation right now. But, I mean, that's easier said than done as far as maintaining it, because boy, oh boy, have these guys been going to war for that spot. It's shocking that they haven't, put themselves in bigger jeopardy with how hard they've been racing each other.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, if they keep this up for 23, 24 more minutes, it's hard to believe in a way that you do that repetitively for 24 minutes and don't have an accident, of sorts. So again, I'm not opposed to racing. Make the passes, make the moves, do what you got to do, but do it safely. Don't. Right now you have a team 1-2, and yeah, you might want to be the 1 instead of the 2, but you'd rather be a 1-2 than a 7-8.
Oh yeah.
I almost said it again, but our producer would have killed me if I'd have said the thing again.
Yeah, positions on the racetrack incredibly valuable this late in the race. You don't want to give up any track position. You don't have to, but if the options are falling to second or falling outside the top 5, pretty obvious where you're going to slide. Is now Huge Ass Blue going to make their way down pit road. So we initially wondered if those two were going to be able to make it all the way, both the gold and the blue. Gold had some earlier damage. Blue now having to make a late stop here with just over 20 minutes left. And, Sim Party Racing Delta's been able to capitalize on the 60 getting caught in a little bit of traffic. That gap is down about 1.5 seconds from the last time we checked in over there. I mean, right now, all the battling was still very much GT4 Pro as we're continuing to watch the Altura cars go to battle, because just as Altura Esports' 252 got some separation, Esports Red has gotten right back into the mix. This one's not over yet between these two.
No, it's far from over. I agree with that. I don't think these two are anywhere near being done with that battle, so we'll wait to see how this plays out the next 20-ish minutes on the clock and see if they can make something happen. Lights are down at Sebring, so it gets a little harder for us as commentators, because now we're relying on just the side of a car to see who is who, and maybe some number boards if we get a good shot. But for the drivers, as a driver, for me, this is the most exciting, though, Alex. I mean, right now we're 1/4 second apart for 3rd and 4th between Pegassi and Prismatic. I love racing in the dark. I know maybe the braking markers are harder to see, or the track is faster, or you've got to be concerned about people who miss a braking marker or have you, but I love racing in the dark and on a road course. I just think it's so much more fun than racing in the daytime.
It is certainly exhilarating. There's no doubt about that. It's not something that I ever found myself particularly good at, so it's not something I will agree with you on. If nothing else, I do like being able to physically see my braking markers, but that's because I've never probably, learned some of these tracks well enough as a driver to know exactly where my braking points are, even if I can't physically see them. But we've been watching this battle here for 3rd in GT3M. This is Pegassi Motorsports 146 trying to hold off the Prismatic number 128 machine. And, the GT3M leader actually just came down pit road, so all of a sudden, a huge opportunity for these guys to both step into potential podium spots here. Sim Party Racing Omega inherits the lead as Eagle Speed is going to make their way down pit road. Good battle going on here between these two as they almost get together in sunset.
So much happening, so that the tension is building. You just kind of feel it in the air, can't you? 20.5 minutes left on the clock, and there's so many close battles, so many people trying to dive a corner, trying to just outbrake someone, trying to find an advantage, a half a tick a second, whatever they can. You can just feel something's probably going to break here. It just feels almost inevitable right now. A half or 1/4 second, between 3rd and 4th again with Prismatic and Pegassi. Prismatic trying to find a way around. You see them kind of swerving left and right, trying to see where the lane is open. They're going to come up here on a car up ahead, and that's not going to provide any help for Prismatic. They'll continue to race right on through. But for some of the classes, this is sort of calmed down. I'll try to say it again here. For GT3 Pro and AM, now big double-digit second leads for both of those classes. For GT3 Pro, of course, we've been watching that battle for the last 20 minutes or so. This is GT4 AM right now, is up multiple laps And the TCRs is up now about 8 seconds. So what once was a set of close battles has finally started to open up here as we say green flag.
Yeah, at least across the majority of the series. I mean, that GT4 Pro one is still as hot and heavy as ever. But same with this battle here. I mean, there's not battles on the racetrack right now. It's just the battles for the lead are just a little more spaced out. I mean, we're seeing some fantastic action throughout the field. This battle we've been watching for the past couple minutes here, this has been a fun one. It's Pegassi Motorsport trying to hold on to this spot. They've looked pretty stout so far today, just trying to close this thing out in the final 18 minutes.
So both these shots are live, by the way. This is up top, that GT4 battle we've been watching here in the GT4 Pros with Altura. And then on the bottom screen, you're seeing the same battle, I believe, just in different camera shots. It's not the same battle. I lied.
Yeah, it's the GT3M we were just watching a second ago.
That's the Pegassi on the bottom. You're right.
Yeah. Both of them, man, these are some fun battles on the racetrack right now, battling for third and GT3M on the bottom of the screen.
Whoa.
And up top, that was a send right there from the 98.
Prismatic just entered the chat right there.
Yeah, trying to make up some ground here, potentially reel in huge ass gold for third. And that really actually broke open this battle temporarily in GT4 Pro. But now it looks like we're going to start seeing this Altura Esports Red Machine, who's been so good in 14 through 16 tonight, start to make some forward headway again, reeling in the back bumper of his teammate in the 252.
Yeah, you're right. Finding this open up a little bit, and I don't know if this is going to be for good or if the Altura red car is going to just get one big, deeper break and kind of close it up like he kind of has right here. I don't know, but at least in the top of your screen, it's maybe the biggest gap we've seen of those two teams in a long time. And the bottom right of your screen is just as close as it's ever been here. We're watching on board from Prismatic as they're trying to catch Pegassi here. That's the battle for third and fourth in class. And another car in the way up top.
Yeah, that was the 183 who just went there. Stage 1 Racing's 83 who just went flying there. So we're on board here, I believe, in this GT3M battle still. This is Prismatic Minerva is trying to get that car to settle in so they can make a charge to the Pegassi Motorsport machine. Easier said than done here as the minutes continue to tick away. And Derek, this is the point of the race where you have to start getting a little bit of conscious thought to time in addition to, your battle on the racetrack. He's trying to carry a lot of speed there through Sunset.
I mean, I agree with you. You had to be very conscious of the time. And the reason why I say that is not only because there's, 16 and a half minutes on the clock. You have to be conscious about, in my mind, you have to make the move now. Because, again, we have that caution system. And who knows if or when it will trigger. But the moment it triggers, this race is over effectively. There's no way we're going back green in 16 minutes. That's our history today has proven to us we can't do it that fast. So to me, you have to make this pass right now. You have to stop lollygagging around because any turn you're in could be your last turn under green to make that happen.
Yeah, so you see the Prismatic Motorsports car about a car length back of Pegassi here for third and GT3M as they make their way into the corner. The brake rotors lighting up the night sky here on the 146 as they make their way off of 7. Now into the chicane here of 8 and 9. The Prismatic car is there. He is right on the back bumper. Does he make a move here in 9?
This would be a spot to do it. And there he is, digs it in. Oh, look at those brake rotors lit up like bright red, almost orange, in fact, like a basketball. But on by he went, did Prismatic. That's the pass for P4. And right now, Prismatic has the lead over Pegassi.
That's a good pass there for the Prismatic Motorsports machine. Not over yet, obviously, as Pegassi's right on the back bumper there as they'll go into that sequence of 13 through 16 onto the back straight. Opportunities to try to get that spot back if you're the 146, but now you're the one on the attack as opposed to trying to hold on to that spot. Yeah, it looks like another attack being mounted here, potentially. Got a little bit of that draft, trying to do something with it. Defensive line here from Prismatic going into Sunset. How is he going to be able to make it work? There's been a little bit of the old Indy 500 snake down the straightaway here.
Yeah, lots of defensive moves happening here for Prismatic. And trying to cover their line here through Sunset. Up, out, we're going to go, tracking out to the wall, and then kind of curve back into the right as Pegassi now is losing a little bit of space here on Prismatic.
Yeah, starting to fall back just a little bit here through turn 1. A little bit of the dirt as well, so that may have just established that spot for good for now to the 128 for third here in GT3M. They'll make their way here through 3, 4, and 5. Again, that gap, though, is ballooned to about 6 car lengths.
It is kind of wild to see, isn't it? For a moment, we thought it was going to be close the whole night long, and it still is relatively close, but for a while, it looked like they were going to be bumper to bumper up until the checkered flag, and it finally has opened up a little bit. Meanwhile, the Altura battle is still within less than a second as well. That has not changed that much here. They're not as close as they once were, but you see that on your ticker there on the left is still about 3/4 of a second apart is where Altura is. So both these battles have not gone away on the track.
Yeah, no, they have not. So taking a look here at the race leader, that is the World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing number 60, who is up front by about 14 seconds right now over Sim Party Racing Delta. And, you know, this has got to feel really nice, you know, closing out this race if you're the 60 after being caught up behind the RPM Racing Black Machine for about 2.5 hours. Finally got the advantage on the pit stop and have just been able to set sail from there. And now relatively unchallenged here as the minutes tick away in this one. Just driving, hitting your marks, keeping it steady. I got to imagine you got to feel really comfortable behind the wheel right now if you are the driver of the 60.
Yeah, I'd imagine you're feeling pretty good as driver of the 60 right now. If you are in there, I mean, you're up 13 seconds over Sim Party Racing Delta. So this right now is the definition of your race to lose. Run these last, let's see, 2-minute laps, probably 7 laps, I would guess. Run them your way, run them consistent. Don't make any mistakes, and this is likely your race to win.
That it is. And, you know, we had talked a little bit earlier about that GT3M battle that had just ended. Well, it's starting to pick up some steam again. Prismatic back under attack as the Pegassi car has reeled him in once again. See, this is the battle for third. Prismatic had gotten the spot about a lap or so ago. It opened it up to about an 0.8 of a second advantage, and all of a sudden that evaporated here in a little bit after the 146 right on back once again. Just over 10 minutes left in this one. Online right now. Now trying to hold on to that through that. Been a fun battle to watch these two go back and forth, man. This has been a wild one between these guys. It's not the only battle on the racetrack, but it's certainly one of the most compelling right now. Prismatic Motorsports is Aspen Martin. Pegassi Motorsports is Thomas Vanderbosch, both going at it here. Third place on the line in the class as they make their way down to the start-finish line again. Just over 10 minutes left. This is going to be fun as they go in the one.
Yeah, look at this. Into one, they're going to go third and fourth. This is the battle. It's been one for a while with Prismatic and Pegassi. Prismatic up front. And about a little less than 1/4 of a second separates them. Some more traffic may get in the way of this battle here. There's faster cars coming around trying to finish this race on their own here. But just now under the 10-minute mark. You see there, different cars still coming down pit road for their final stops. There's SRN Motorsports, running P6 in the GT3 Pro category. A very small stop, just enough gas to finish this race. So on track here with Prismatic, and they are doing their best to make the moves happen. WSR Esports and the 472 and P1 is having a good solid time here. They got a pretty solid lead of their own here now, 10 seconds back on P2. So again, I say this is a common theme now, Alex. What once was a pretty solid set of battles for P1s around across the board has opened up here, and WSR is no exception.
Absolutely the case. About a 10-second advantage right now for WSR over Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and Fiercely Forward at 472. They haven't really put a foot wrong. It's been a good drive for WSR Esports so far today as we're into the closing minutes of this one.
Yeah, closing minutes indeed here for WSR. And boy, look at those speeds. I was kind of thinking at my head as we're going around the corners here. I mean, I know at Sebring is some low-speed corners, but I mean, you're going 70, let's see, up to 80, up to 90. Kind of curious what you top out here. Up over 100. But some of those low-speed corners are really low-speed corners in this TCR. So I will bring this up, Alex. In I think our opening race of the season, we did an interview with Prismatic Motorsports, and I think Finicini and I got to talk with them a little bit about their mission and purpose of being a safe space for drivers. And we just got a note in the broadcast chat that we want to address, and I want to address as well as I think you do, that the pronouns for that team are she and her. Something that I think that maybe you didn't know, and I'm not fully aware. It's not something we typically get to know about all of our drivers. Just hold on, someone's around, but let me finish this thought here. So that moment of using wrong pronouns, I want to apologize. It's not anything intentional. It's just I guess a lack of knowledge or a lack of awareness in that moment.
Yeah, no, I'd like to apologize. This is my first time filling in on the broadcast here for FTR, so it was not done out of any sort of malicious intent. I've joined the Discord about an hour before the race got going here today, so I haven't had a chance to meet everyone. So apologies for that. It was not at all intentional, but yes, just wanted to make sure that was out there before we hit the end of this one, because that was Here is that move. Speaking of Prismatic,
there's Aspen, and wow, that's a move that was bold, was brave, and she made it work.
And that she did. Great move. Up to second now here in the dying minutes of this one. It's a phenomenal pass around Sim Party Racing Omega. And now the 128. Prismatic up to second place here. It's been a stellar closing stint here for Aspen Martin. She's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, great job indeed. Right during that talk, I saw a car go around in the background. I'm not sure if we were got a number on it, but it's kind of wild to see even in the last couple minutes that cars are going to continue to kind of spin around here and lose their tires, lose their front end. So we'll watch this race finish on. And now you see where all the lights on the track are, and you see all the different Mobile One signs, Advent Health, all the sponsors and advertisers here at the real life. There it is. That's the car that went around. One of the 142, and it actually backing the wall. That's one of the GT3 M cars.
Yeah, that was actually Sim Party Racing Omega, who just lost that spot on the racetrack to both Prismatic and Pegassi. So that spin here that late, that's all it takes to lose some positions this late in the game, even when you have a pretty sizable advantage there. All it takes is one errant twitch of the wheel, and you drop from second to fourth in no time.
Yeah, and luckily only second to fourth, honestly, in that moment. I know there may be some other laps involved that maybe can help protect there, but my point stands, if that had been earlier in the race or in a different position, that could have been way further down the field than just fourth. So a little bit lucky for them to have that happen here. Less than 5 minutes to go on track. That battle in the GT4 Pros has finally opened up. Alex is now 1 1/4 seconds between the two Altura Esports cars. That battle's opened up here, so just kind of watching some battles across the track. A lot of drivers kind of just holding their breath for another 4 minutes, hoping this comes to a close.
Yeah, this thing has been rocking and rolling for about the past 4 hours. We're now into the last 4 minutes of things as they sit. So take a look here at Yashal Yunus up front in that 60 machine. They are looking mighty fine, 16 seconds clear a second. As they make their way across the start-finish line here. Only a couple more times they're going to have to do that before we officially wrap things up here from Sebring. It's been a very, very strong drive today for the 60.
Yeah, very strong drive indeed with the world of racing and some different strategies to play out. They've made the right call so far. They've avoided the moments they needed to avoid, and he's had an incredible run. Has Yashal Yunus. And so now just, again, now the nerves kick in. Maybe this might be the hardest thing to do as a driver, in my opinion, is to wait this out, right? 3 more minutes, probably, I'm going to guess. 2 or 3 more laps, depending upon what time he's going to catch the flag stand next time by. And this is the hardest part for me. This is where you got to keep focused. You can't relax. You can't let in yet. You can't celebrate. The race isn't over, but when you're up by 15 seconds, that can be easy to do in this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Riding on board here, working past one of the touring cars. We get into, I believe this is turn 10. Everything just seems to be relatively smooth sailing right now for the 60. And I think these are the kind of moments you really enjoy as a driver. Especially if, to your point earlier, Derek, if you enjoy, racing in the dark. At this point, you're just in that flow state. You know the end is near, and you're just chugging along, hitting your marks, doing what you do best. It's got to be a fun time out there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's got to be a great time out there, and just kind of here riding along, knowing that you likely have a win locked up as you ride along here. This will be up through sunset, and we're going to catch the flag stand about just at the 2-minute mark here. This is probably not the white flag. We're going to wait and see if we get any kind of word on that, but I suspect it's going to be 2 to go for everyone based upon your leader. So 2 more times around Sebring. Keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected is the goal for the 60. Hey, there's a new car. That's not a new car. Sorry, that is a prismatic car. It's up to P2 in their class, and they are finally starting to pull away from Pegassi a little bit, by the way. So that's what's happening back in that battle we were watching earlier. And again, back in the battle there, that's GT4 pros. There's finally a 1-second gap between the 2 Altura cars. And, luckily, I'm happy to say for them, luckily that all kind of cooled down and nothing bad happened, because that seemed inevitable at one point, Alex.
Yeah, they were really duking it out there for a bit. Looks like it's finally settled down a bit. 9/10 a second, the gap here for the 252 over the 213 of Altura Red. So they're going to settle in here for the last couple laps. They're going to run this race. And looks like it'll be an Altura 1-2 if things hold. Eagle Speed Academy, of course, in charge of GT4 AM, and WSR Esports currently running the show. 13 seconds clear here in TCR.
Yep, they are doing a great job. This is WSR, and there's your number 1 car in GT4 AM. They have the biggest lead of all. They have 3 laps on the field. For Eagle Speed Academy, they actually could celebrate, I guess, in a way, Alex, because with only 2 to go, this is unless something. It's a 5 lap. Actually, I said 3. It's 5, so even better. They could do that. Here is your leader overall. The World of Sim Racing. World Sim Racing is up here in the 60 car, and they're actually just about to pass that GT4 Pro battle we were having. So they're going to get in the middle of that with 1 to go this time by. Barney the Flagman vigorously waves the white flag. 1 lap to go after 4 hours of racing at Sebring.
Yeah, best sight in the world right now. If you're that 60 team, white flag in the air, just 1 more time around Sebring to bring this thing home and pick up the win here in the 4 hours. It's been a really stellar drive so far today, and going to cap it off here with not necessarily a victory lap. You still got to keep the throttle in it, but it's with a 15-second advantage, not a ton of stress.
No, the only stress is doing what you need to do, being smart and just driving and racing the track, right? Don't make any dumb mistakes here, because likely you're the only way you don't win this race. So one final time around for the 60 car is going to come on through here. The final sets of corners and start to celebrate, start to breathe a little sigh of relief. And this 60 car, part of World Sim Racing, 4 hours, 240 minutes, done. And the bonus time for that 60 car is going to come down the straight here. And one final time down the almond straight. They'll get ready to celebrate inside this car and on this team in the penultimate race for the FTR Trophy AI series. This team is looking to have success. Pegasus, by the way, ran out of gas in the last lap. They're going to pit there. You'll see that time, just 2.4 seconds of gas. But right now for the 60, 240 minutes, all comes down to this. One more time through sunset for the 60 car, and they will be number one. Congratulations, World Sim Racing. They are winners of the GT3 Pro class at Sebring.
World of Racing, Samantha Tan and the number 60 car. Job well done for them. Class win, overall win. We'll jump back here to the 177 Eagle Speed Academy. They'll try to take it home here for the GT3 GT3Ms. GT4 Pros just wrapped it up, and Altura 1-2 finish. TCR WSR Esports going to round this final corner here, and they're going to bring home a class win in the touring cars.
Just about everybody just watching all the class leaders come on through, finding all of them, letting them all have their moment across the start-finish line here in Florida. You see all the headlights flashing, all the moments of celebration, the moments of relief knowing you've just completed the 4-hour race at Sebring.
Yeah, this here is GT4 AM Eagle Speed Academy. Looks like they're going to pick up a second AM class win today, both GT3 and GT4, as they'll round it around here for the final time. And the 388 team going to do what they need to do to pick up the win in GT4 AM. Congratulations.
Last time around, we'll watch the cars take the checkered flag. Here they come on through, soaring to the finish line. And there it is. That is official for Eagle Speed Academy.
So Eagle Speed Academy picks up 2 wins here for classes, both GT3 and GT4 AM. Altura Esports with the GT4 Pro, GT3 Pro with the World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing. WSR Esports for TCR.
All right, well, that's the end of the race. What we're going to do is we're going to step aside for a very, very quick commercial break here on Green Flag TV. We'll come back with results and interviews right after this.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
All right, welcome back here after the finish of the 4 hours of Sebring here for the FTR Trophy AI series. And let's take a look at our results class by class here on Green Flag TV. Start with the GT3 Pros, where you saw World Sim Racing Samantha Tan Racing. They won by almost 17 seconds over Sim Party Racing Delta. Huge Ass Gold is in third. Prismatic Athena is in fourth, with Huge Ass Blue back in P5. SRN Motorsports in P6. Empire Racing Vanilla is in P7. Stage 1 Racing is in P8. Pegasus comes in 9th, and RPM Black comes in back in P10. Back to 11th is MRC Quad Dash, with Sim Party Racing Bravo is in 12th. RPM Racing Red FTR is in 13th. Pegasus Sim Racing is 14th. And then Sim Racing Grid Phantom and Flamingo Ford Skin Racing round out a 16-car field. And Alex, you have the GT3 AMs.
That we do. Chris Van Gulch finishes in the class win here for Eagle Speed Academy. Aspen Martin with a good run tonight. She'll finish second for Prismatic Motorsports. Thomas Vandenbosch finishes third for Pegasi. Craig Bobroy fourth for Empire Racing Cookie Dough. Hugh Jass Yellow with Ron Wolf finishes fifth. Rod Miller, Ivo Linden, Brian Fratian, and Stephen Faze will round out your GT3 AM field here tonight.
Moving back into the GT4 Pros, you'll find Altura Esports and Altura Esports Red, 1 second apart, first and second. Then TSRC Esports in third, with Treehouse Racing back in P4, and then Almeida Racing Academy running your top 5. All the rest of the cars 1 or more laps down. That's going to be Torque Freak Racing, Huge Ass White, Sim Party Racing Tango, and Enosis Esports GT4 to your top 9. And now, Alex, you can take the GT4 AMs.
Absolutely. 7 cars who took the green here today. Lorenz de Villager finishes with the win for Eagle Speed Academy. Preston Rudka finishes second. Christopher Flamian finishes third in that 373. Thomas Crabtree in fourth. Parker Jum in fifth. Brett Akey and Levi Lee finishes out those 7 cars in GT4M.
All right, and then we'll last with our TCRs. This will be WSR Esports winning by 16 seconds, actually, over Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Fiercely Forward Gray is on the lead lap, and everyone else a lap or more down. Prismatic Solus, Project Synced Racing Team SQL, Fun Wheel Drive, and Project Synced Racing Team .bat is your top 7. Let's begin the interview portions of our evening. We'll start with the GT3 Pro driver. Let's go and welcome in Yashal, who drove that number 60 car to the victory. Yashal, how does it feel to be a winner at Sebring?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I will say a bit unlucky for the RPM Black car. They got the disconnect like 1 hour before the end, so it would have been a good race for them. So I can't really fully take full pride in this victory, but I'm still quite happy.
So I think two very different races, you would say, in a way, right? The first 2 hours kind of messy. I think 3 or 4 yellow flags in the first 2 hours, and then it finally opened up right at the halfway point. So talk to me about the first 2 hours. I think there were 3 or 4 yellow flags in that time frame. How nervous were you for the race, or what was the thoughts going through that first half of the race?
Yeah, I just wanted to survive and keep with RPM Black and Red. There were some big crashes at the beginning, which I luckily avoided. And after that, it was quite, just sticking with the leaders and just surviving, really.
All right, well, we'll look ahead in just a few weeks' time, our finale for the season at Barber, the 6-hour race. How excited are you for that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've never driven there, I think. It will finally be a race where I have a teammate after like 3 races now, which will be nice. And hopefully we can round off the season with another win.
All right, well, listen, it's always fun watching you race. Congrats on the win today for your team in the 60 car, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
All right, that is Yashal Yunes in the 60 car. And then, Alex, I believe you have caught up with our GT3 AM winner.
Yeah, we're going to pull in Chris Van Gucht right here. There's a lot of choice. There we go. There's the commentary box. Hey there, Chris. You got a copy?
Hey, evening, guys.
Congratulations on picking up the GT3 AM win. Seemed like there was a good bit of shuffling throughout the field, but in the back half you kind of were able to kind of set sail What was it like running Sebring today, and what was it like kind of once the sun went down and you were able to take off a bit?
Yeah, it's been a pretty tough race because I've been sick all week. So I made a lot of mistakes that were really unnecessary. But yeah, it was a really tough race because of the incidents. A lot of traffic, little to none of speed difference between the cars in the corner, so really hard to overtake. But it seemed like when the sun went down that it all settled a bit, and there was more gaps on track. So
and you were able
to... That's right.
And yeah, it seemed like you were able to really take advantage of that in the back half of your the next time around. I think the last one coming up is Barber in a couple of weeks. You feeling optimistic for that after y'all's win here today?
Yeah, Barber, you know, it's a narrow track, also a high-speed track, so you know there's going to be some shenanigans. But I think Barber's pretty fun for multi-class. We raced there before, and it was a good race.
Well, certainly a good race for you and for Eagle Speed Academy here today as well, picking up the class win. Chris, anyone you want to shout out here tonight?
Definitely the teammates in GT4 for taking the win over there. Really big on the win. Congrats to them and to every contestant in the league. It was good racing.
Alrighty, Chris, congrats on the win here tonight, and here's hoping we will catch you at Barber.
Definitely. Have a good one, guys.
That is your GT3 AM class winner. And Derek, I will throw it back to you here.
All right, let's go ahead and take now a second and talk to our GT4 Pro winner, Paul. Part of that amazing battle we saw between the teammates for a while, Vincent Hillinger. Pardon me. First off, congrats on the win. How did it feel to be involved in that team battle? Well, that's second place. So
I just wanted to say it was second place for Altura.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was finally a good race after all, after struggling all the races in the past. Yeah, and I'm really happy that it was a 1-2 for Altura.
All right, well, I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your interview time. We're going to move on here and talk to the teammate who actually won the race in the Altura car. That's now going to be an exciting interview here. So, Don, how did you feel racing with the teammates there for the last hour or so?
Well, it for sure was cool. I can tell you that much. Nerve-wracking. It's, to be quite honest, a position I've not been in very often. But it was very, very cool. I should say Vincent deserved that victory. Vincent and Bart deserved that victory, I think, as much as we did. But yeah, it was a great fight.
All right. So, was there a moment when you were nervous? Like, was there a moment when you guys got too close? You're like, okay, this might be too much.
To be honest, the scent that I did myself might have been a little over the edge. Might have gotten a little lost in the moment, but it worked out in the end.
Fair enough. Well, a good win here today and a good 1-2 for your team. Now we look ahead in a few weeks' time in the month of December to Barber Motorsports Park. What are your thoughts on that race for 6 hours?
Well, first of all, there's not much resting on it for us anymore, so that's nice. I do have to say I was nervous for quite a lot of today's race, even before it for qualifying. I got into the car for the last stint, and my heart was pounding. The last 5 laps, I thought I was seeing black, but yeah, got it home in the end. So looking forward to Barber. It's a track we've driven on before. Me and Miles. Back then it was in a Mercedes and on a different tire model, obviously. But yeah, it's a track we know quite well. We performed that back then quite well together. So we're just looking to keep that win streak going. I mean, it's 3 on the bounce now, if I'm correct. Yeah, we're looking to keep that going.
Awesome. Well, congrats on the win. Anyone you want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
Yes, my girlfriend. She is at home. I couldn't be there. It's her mom's birthday, so first of all, happy birthday to her. And yeah, thank you for well, basically the whole team, everything, everyone who supported us and everyone who stood by our side for this season.
Awesome. Well, great job, and we'll see you in a few weeks at Barber.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right, that is the driver for Altura Esports, and then I believe that Alex, you're going to round out interviews with the GT4 AM winner.
Let's bring in, funny enough, another Kurt. There we go. Hey there, Kurt. You got a copy?
Hello.
Well, picked up the GT4M win, if I'm not mistaken. It was a bit of an odd one. It seemed like, it wasn't really, compared to some of the groups that we got to see where it was a little battle for position. It seemed like it was kind of out of reach till it very suddenly was in reach, and then you just set sail by several laps. But how was your experience at Sebring tonight?
Overall, it was pretty good. We had a nice qualifying. We managed to get P4 in qualifying, I think. Then we started. We gained like 2 places in the first lap. But at the end of the first lap, we had like an incident with a 275 car. And also esports, I think. He went wide in turn 17 and hit me in the back. So I spun around and got a meatball and went into the pits for like 6 minutes. After that, we just drove our pace and tried to climb back up the ranks. And luckily we did, with some luck that other cars abandoned and so on and so on. But we had a nice one, so.
It certainly seemed like a big rally there, and with the way things settled out, unofficially it'll be 2 class wins for Eagle Speed Academy, both the GT3M and the GT4M. How are y'all feeling coming off a race where you're going to pick up multiple class wins, it looks like? I'd imagine that feels pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I want to do shout out to Chris because he drove all the races solo, and I think he won most of them, so big applause for him too. And I want to thank the Eagle Speed team for the chance to race for them. I think we had a blast today, so up to the next one.
Alrighty, well, we had a blast as well. Kurt, thank you for dropping by, and congrats on the GT4M win.
Thank you. Thank you for the broadcast.
That is your GT4M winner for
That
Eagle
will wrap
Speed
up.
Academy.
Sorry, Nick. That will wrap up our interviews for this evening. No TCR representative here in tonight. So there is your schedule on the screen. We wrap up in just a couple of weeks at Barber Motorsports Park, a 6-hour race to finish the 7th season of the FTR trophi.ai Endurance Series. Happy you're along with us here. Once again, I'm Derek Watson and Alex Gagnon, with our producer being Dustin Allis, saying once again, thanks for hanging out. More broadcasts this weekend. Tonight, the SRA goes to Echo Park Speedway. Tomorrow, the Indy 500 is on Green Flag TV, the Classic IndyCar Series. Mars goes to Talladega on Tuesday. We'll have a small break for American Thanksgiving before going back on Black Friday for the Zero Torque Racing League at Kansas Speedway. Then on Sunday, it is the GR86s with the Pace League at Thruxton. Monday night, the high
About gonna do it then for us here on Grave. Oh, there we go. There's Derek.
I don't know what happened to me. Anyways, there's the schedule on the screen. My micro went dead for a second. It's maybe time that we just, that's a sign, I think, that we call it a night here on Green Flag TV. Once again, congrats to all your race winners here from the beautiful track of Sebring. Thank you to Justin Prince for the first 2 hours of commentary. Alex Gagnon, Dustin Allis. I am Derek Watson saying so long and good nights from Green Flag TV.